with his brother Bruce and son Andrew. They raise registered Angus cattle, focusing mainly on show heifers. They have 4 sales a year and have sold and exhibited many champions in both junior and open shows at the local, state, and national levels. The Fosterses are also raised 3,000 acres of corn and soybeans. Scott was a member of the 1980 National Championship Livestock Judging Team for Michigan State University and was the high individual in the contest held in Louisville. Scott also served on the American Angus Association board for 6 years, and Andrew is the 2010 graduate of Oklahoma State University, and he and his wife, Emily, have 2 daughters, Everly and Emerson. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Scott and Andrew Foster here to the Green Chips at the North American. First call, Class 4, percentage Simmental heifers. First call, Class 4, percentage Simmental heifers. This time, we'd like to introduce our judges today in your open Simmental and percentage Simmental shows. Mr. Donnie Robertson of Oklahoma and the associate judge, Mr. Barry Nowatzki of Indiana.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and sorting through your key show here today, and really a fun way to start here with our bull show. And I think 2 May calves that have an outstanding future ahead of them. And when we sit here and break these 2 down, I think the logical place to start is the bigger bull calf here. I think he's just a little smoother in his overall design. He's a little more extended and just a little bit more of him altogether in terms of mass and muscle dimension at this stage of the game. And then when we set him in motion, I think he's just a little bit better in the angle to his shoulder and the way he reaches out of his front end. Really like the depth and the completeness of this bull here in second, and maybe in comparison to our class winner, he might carry back just a little bit fuller through that rear rib and flank, and especially maybe on down the road. I think he's going to have plenty of dimension there as well. Just like to make this one just reach with a little more reach off that front end and just sit him back in the slope of his shoulder. And then, like I said, maybe just in comparison to our class winner today, just like to see a little bit more of him. But I think 2 bulls that got a tremendous future ahead of them. Congratulations.
Well, good morning, and over on the Simmental side, as we get ready to get started in what I'm sure is going to be an outstanding day of a lot of really good cattle. We've got a really nice pair that is a single entry within this division, and obviously she'll be your champion cow-calf pair, but a really nice entry. Really like the cow in terms of her length of side, in terms of her body that she has. She's really nice footed. She's really sound as she gets out and travels. And that's one that, from a completeness and balance standpoint, just kind of does everything right. Really nice August bull calf on her side that certainly we believe has a future ahead of him. But again, just a really nice pair that wins this particular portion of the show. And if you would, please give them a round of applause for a nice cow.
Second call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females. Results of Class 1 of your Kiangus bulls. In first place, entry number 62, Freedom Counts. Owned by D&J Cattle Company and also bred by D&J Cattle Company. In second place, entry number 63, RSRS Pisarello, owned by Sheets Kiangus.
Single entry April bull calf here, and I think one that can certainly merit some competition. Really attractive, and that's where he stands out just in terms of his balance and that eye appeal that he has. Super smooth, just in his overall makeup, the way he transitions from his shoulder back into his forward. Like to square this one up just a little bit in terms of from his hooks to his pins, but one with that kind of muscle and that kind of shape. I think he's going to be just naturally a little rounder there, but I think one that in terms of power and eye appeal certainly can stand some competition. Congratulations.
And your Class 2 winner of your Kiangus bulls goes to entry number 64, CFBC Indy, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. Third and final call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 4, percentage Simmental females.
Here in our first division, I think these key bulls, tremendous quality so far in all three of these calves that have come through the ring, and I think as we set the tone as we go through these calves today and on down the road here in terms of structure and balance, I think that there's probably a bull that reaches to the top for us in terms of those things and putting those things together and having a bright future. We'll go ahead and use this bull out of our first class to be our division champion. Our other class winner will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, again, a really nice class to get started with in your female portion of the show, and three really high quality females within this class. And as we'll talk all day, this is just personal opinion, and those of you standing and sitting around ringside certainly will have your favorites that may or may not be ours. But we like the heifer that wins the class just in terms of her completeness and balance. A female that's got enough body and substance for us. You get behind her, and I think that's where she has just a slight advantage over the heifer in second, is in terms of her muscle pattern. She's probably a little cleaner about her front end, particularly right behind her shoulders. And I think where she excels is when you ask her to go and get her out in motion. She's very fluid and very sound in terms of her movement. Really nice heifer to start the class. A little more moderate framed female, and I don't know if that's the right term. She is a little smaller than the heifer that wins the class, but here's a good one in terms of her body and her capacity. A female, again, that has that spring to her rib and that depth of side that you like to see. We'd like to change her just a little bit up through her shoulder, give her just a little bit more slope to her shoulder, maybe free her up just a little bitty bit as she gets out and travels. Then we end up with a heifer in third, again, a very, very nice female, and one that may be the thickest individual within the class. We just don't see her to be quite as complete and well balanced, maybe not quite as sound as she gets out and travels comparative to the two, but nonetheless a really, really nice class of females to get started with. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of your Kianina Bulls. Your champion link junior bull calf goes to entry number 65, Freedom Counts, owned by D&J Cattle. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 64, CFBC Indy, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. First call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. All Kiangus bulls to the makeup arena. All Kiangus bulls to the makeup arena. This includes class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Once again, all Kiangus bulls classes 1 through 7 to the makeup arena.
Well, another really good pair of March bull calves here in our key side. And I think as we start out here and break these two down, there's some give and take. But as we analyze these two and break them down, I think the advantage in terms of structure is it goes to our bull here in first. I think one that when we set him in motion, he's really good and flexible off both ends. His toes are all straight and forward, and he sits down on all those quarters and gets out and reaches and goes. When that bull gets stopped, he gives you a really good profile in terms of just length and good in terms of his lines, like an awful lot of things about him. He's maybe not as massive and deep-sided as the bull here in second, and this is impressive. A March bull calf here, and he weighs 1,100, and he's got plenty of depth of body and mass there as well. But just one, when we break him down, he's a little more open in his shoulder, and he wants to toe out on that front left foot a little more. Just one that's really massive, but just maybe doesn't get around quite as well as our class winner here today. Nice pair of bulls for those two exhibitors.
Second call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 5, 6 and 7 percentage Simmental females. Results of Class 1 of your percentage Simmental female show in first place, entry number 174, and also your grand champion percentage pair goes to entry number 174, S and CC Jasmine 6911D. Owned by Emily Caffey of Bonneville, Kentucky. Your Class 2 percentage Simmental heifer results in first place, entry number 10, Pearl 52K, owned by Cade Liggett of Denison, Ohio. In second place, entry number 2, MHM RRF Miss Primrose 24K, owned by Red River Farms and Abby Melton of Grand Saline, Texas. In third place, entry number 11, owned by Delaney Bates.
Another nice pair of February bulls here on our key side, and where we start with this bull calf, I think just in terms of completeness and that smoothness that he has, a bull that's really smooth out of that shoulder and carries that back into his forerib and deep into his flank. One that where he has the most advantage is when we set him in motion. He wants to just handle that hind leg more correctly. He sets down on that pasture and a little bit better than our second place winner. The bull here coming in second, one that you appreciate the overall performance and mass and thickness that this one has as well. A bull though that when we compare him back to our class winner, maybe not quite as smooth in his overall makeup. Like to smooth him up in his underline, and then like I mentioned before, just like to free that one up and set him down on those rear pasterns a little better to get over the other bull today. Well, here in our second division of our bull show over on the key side, I think a tremendous representation here as we get these bulls out and evaluate them. And I think as we break our first places and second places down, and as we discussed a little bit in class, I think when we get them out here, there's two bulls that pair up really well together, and I think it's not our job to figure out what these bulls are going to look like on down the road, but to evaluate them today. And I think there's a pair of bulls, though, that I do believe have maybe just a little bit brighter future in terms of structure and smoothness, and those are the two bulls that come out of our that are our class winners. And I think as we compare these two back and forth, they merit some discussion and just some differences. I think that the bull here out of our first class, he's the striking bull. He's really good in terms of his lines and the way he is up through his front end, and got some muscle and shape, and he's really good in terms of his structure, and he's probably the more favorable one in terms of his feet and legs and the way he gets out and goes, and maybe just a little bit more comfort there on his rear pasterns as compared to the bull that's out of our second class, and I think that that's an advantage that he has. Now, he's not as deep-bodied as the bull that we've got in our second class, and you appreciate that about this calf here from our second class. I think he's big-ribbed and he's deep-sided and he's got some mass and depth there. I think a bull that's smooth in his overall makeup as well. Maybe doesn't get around quite as well off those hind legs as our class winner, and I think, or as our first class winner. But I think just in terms of that class, he was the sounder of the pair. But we're going to keep these two bulls together. Our bull out of our first class is going to be our division champion. Our second class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 5, 6 and 7% Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 5, 6 and 7.
Well, here on your Simmental side, really nice class of March heifers out here to move on in your low percentage show. And Donnie and I think the heifer we're going to start off with, she's just a combination heifer as we get her out here and study her. She's the most fault-free. She's the heifer when we study her from the ground up. We like her foot. We like the shape and the angulation to her knee and her shoulder. She sits in her shoulder really nice, but yet she's a heifer that's got some volume and some capacity to her. We just like her just in terms of her balance and in terms of the heifer that's the most fault-free in this particular lineup. If you like them stout and rugged, you'll like this heifer in second because she is. She's big-footed. She's really stout in terms of her bone. You know, and we don't always need the most bone. We don't need the most muscle. We just like it designed in a proper way. And this one's got a lot of bone. But with that, for us, she gets just a little more coarse than the heifer that stands ahead of her here does today. But a female we appreciate for the amount of power that she has with her. The heifer that comes here in three is a female to us. Love her from the side. You get off and view her from the side. She gives you a beautiful profile. But when we study this heifer's shoulder, I think she gets a little steeper in her shoulder. She gets a little more forward in that knee. We'd like to change that about her ever so slightly. But a heifer that gives you a really nice look when you get off and view her from the side. Gentleman's heifer coming here in 4 is one. She also gives you a good look. When he gets her parked and he gets that tail head down in her, she gives you a really nice look. but when she goes into motion, she wants to get that tail head out of her ever so slightly. We'd like to tuck that in her just a little bit. She wants to turn out ever so slightly on that left front. If we could square that up, I think we can move her up in this particular lineup. The heifer that comes next, really stout individual, really stout in terms of her bone work. We'd probably like to change her the way her joints are designed a little bit. You get behind her and view her. She wants a bow ever so slightly on that rear hock, but she's a female that's very attractive, really big-bodied individual. She's one we like for her power, but like I say, we'd like to change her in terms of her bone work ever so slightly. I like the heifer that comes next, just in terms of her kind. She's a really fault-free, well-balanced female, but as we view her compare her to her counterparts here today, she just gives up too much power in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. If we could add some muscle to her, I think there's a heifer that could move up in this particular lineup. Then we conclude with 4 heifers here today that just need a little more power, need a little more balance to move up in this particular lineup.
A single entry in automatic division winner here in our senior calves on the key side, and I think a bull that certainly has a good look. You in the stands can see him here as he gets out there on a profile, tremendously long fronted and got really good in his lines. He's big hipped. He's really good when you get in behind him. We set this bull in motion. He's good in terms of his feet and legs. If we're going to pick on him a little bit, like to see him with a little bit softer center body at this stage of the game, but I think one that in terms of attractiveness and that good look and sound structure certainly merits some competition. Congratulations on this automatic division.
Once again, all Kiangus bulls to the makeup arena. All Kiangus bulls, classes 1 through 7 to the makeup arena. Results of Class 3 in your Kianina Bull Show. In first place, entry number 66, CFBC Tank, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. In second place, LBG Excel 31K, owned by Garrett Show Cattle. Your Class 4 results. In first place, entry number 69, LBG Sunny Boy, exhibited by Savannah Garrett. In second place, entry number 71, VVCC Highball, owned by Valley Vista Farms. Your champion early junior bull calf in your Kianina Bull Show goes to entry number 66, CFBC Tank, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 69, LBG Sunny Boy, owned by Savannah Garrett. Your champion senior bull calf in your Kianina Bull Show goes to entry number 72, CFBC Mr. Titan, owned by Brittany Marie Conkey.
Well, a single entry here in our intermediate division as well on the key side, and a bull that can certainly stand a lot of competition. He's kind of a lot of what we've been looking for, I think, in terms of that body and that look and that ring presence. A bull, though, still as he gets older here and as he matures and he still gets around the ring with plenty of reach and flexibility off of both ends, tremendous depth of body, and still maintains a masculine look that's got some muscle shape and dimension as well. Really a complete bull here in our intermediate division. Congratulations.
Well, folks over on this side of the arena, if you would please, I know we're kind of a sparse crowd at the moment, but put your hands together and show this group of exhibitors a nice round of applause for this first division as we get started. four really, really nice females. And again, as you'll hear Barry and I talk throughout the day, you know, good cattle come in all different sizes and shapes. And I think we've got four really, really nice ones out here to participate within this division. The heifer that wins this first class is one that just is very striking from the side view profile. You would have to love and like her front end about her. She's a female that's probably got enough body and center portion of her rib for us. Maybe in comparisons with the one right behind her, that may be where you would like to just see her a little bit differently made. But again, I think she's adequate in terms of that. She's very sound and true about her structure. And for us, she's certainly got enough muscle in terms of thickness. The heifer that wins the second class is one that, again, when you just stand back and just talk about good cattle, she represents those terms quite nicely. Again, she's a female that's smoothly made about her shoulder. She's good in terms of her rib shape and her depth. You just have to really appreciate her down her top and back through her hip and through her hind leg. And again, as we mentioned again, very, very sound and true in terms of her movement. The two second place on the other side, really, really nice females. Some differences in those two, but again, you've got one that's really, really stout made and really, really thick-ended, big boned and big footed, and the red heifer on the other end, beautifully made in terms of her design, and you like her body and your depth. Again, a really, really nice division. We'll show you the two that we like. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Well, here as we come to our first champion of the day on our key side, and not a lot of numbers as we've gone through this show here, but I think in terms of quality, we get our divisions and our reserves back out here. I think there's a tremendous amount of quality, and there's some differences in terms of type and kind. And I think, you know, as breeders and as a key breed, you know, you've got some tools to use and some bulls that are you know, got some different qualities that you can sort from and make breeding decisions with in terms of structure and look and balance and body, and I think, you know, as what we prefer and as we set the tone for the day, I think, you know, structure is of the utmost importance to Dad and I, and that's where we base a lot of our decisions. And I think as these division champions are out here, they're certainly sound and they're good-looking cattle. And from there, we get to picking on some differences. But I think there's probably a bull that just suits us really, really well in terms of body and balance and like I said, structure as well, and kind of puts the whole package together. And then it gets a little bit closer, I think, and we discuss a little bit amongst ourselves for reserve. But once again, congratulate these breeders, and I think an outstanding set of bulls here. Dad's going to go select your champion. Please give them all a round of applause.
First call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. Kiangus bull, entry number 39 to the makeup arena immediately. And your grand champion Kianina bull goes to entry number 74, DAJS The Reason 3000, owned by Katie St. Tree. Your reserve grand champion Kianina bull goes to entry number 62, Freedom Counts, owned by D&J Cattle Company. Congratulations, Kianina bull exhibitors. Results of your percentage Simmental heifer class number 3. In first place, entry number 15, Elite Equity 33K, exhibited by Sturgisball Cattle Company. In second place, entry number 123, SNS BCII Sugar and Spice, owned by Brecken Bloomberg and Tim Schaefer Shown Cattle. In third place, entry number 23, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Josie Phillips. In fourth place, entry number 32, Boyer Show Cattle. In fifth place, entry number 19, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Callie Baldwin. In sixth place, entry number 13, Delaney Lucy. In seventh place, entry number 17, Sanders Show Cattle. In eighth place, entry number 175, Reese Holst. In ninth place, entry number 22, Drew Vilsagi. And in 10th place, entry number 26, Garrett Bossy. Your Division 1 champion, percentage Simmental female, goes to entry number 15. Elite Equity 33K, owned by Sturgisball Cattle Company. Your reserve champion, Division 1 percentage Simmental female, goes to entry number 123. SNS BCII Sugar and Spice, owned by Brecken Bloomberg and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females.
Well, a really nice class and an interesting class all the way through from top to bottom, and some decisions, I guess, that you have to make. And again, as we've talked earlier, we understand this business as well as most, and we all have our favorites, and we're certainly not going to argue with you. And it's where you put your priorities, I guess, is where you end up. And for us, it starts at the ground. It starts in terms of their structure. We feel that the heifer that's leading off this class is a little better in her structure, particularly through her front end. Here's one that you like her center portion of her body. She's a little longer in comparisons to the heifer that's in second. She lays and ties together just a little neater back through that hip. And again, one that you admire for her front end, you admire for her body and her length and her structural correctness. You know, to be ideal, I'd like to tone her down just a little bitty bit, and you have to question as she, project her forward, how she's going to end up in through that chest floor. But again, I think a really nice female in one. When you just talk completeness and balance and good cattle, she's very, very high quality. The gentleman's heifer that's in second, really love her power that she has from behind. And here's one that's certainly got enough muscle, I guess, for us. Again, a female that's got some depth of body and some true spring to her rib. She opens up just a little bitty bit in terms of right behind her shoulder comparative to the heifer that wins the class. And again, we'd like to just change her just a little bitty bit up through that region, maybe extend her out in terms of length. But again, I think a really, really nice female that has a world of future ahead of her. Third place heifer coming out next. Again, you like her body, you like her depth, you like her length. We don't see her to be quite as structurally sound, particularly up through her front end as the heifers that lead off in front of her. But again, when you just talk quality of depth of rib and body, along with a balance and a completeness, she kind of fits those bills. We just like to see her move out just a little bit. She wants to lead with her knee just a little bit. Heifer that's coming in fourth next, again, When you talk about just depth of body and true spring of rib, we think that she's got it, and that elevated her up a few notches. We'd like to change her out her hip and a little bit back through her hind leg. Again, we'd like to free her up just a little bitty bit off of those front two. The Baldy heifer coming out next, we just like to see deeper in terms of her body shape. She's got some forerib about herself, but we just like to see her deeper through that flank. But again, a fairly sound female as she gets out and travels about the ring, and one that certainly is deserving to be here at your national show. Young man's heifer coming out next just needs to have more power. She gets a little flat for us. She gets a little tubular for us when comparative to the ones above her, and we just like to strengthen her out just a little bit, lengthen her out, give her some more muscle. We're sharing microphone duties with our friends over on the other side of the arena, so we're probably not going to talk each one of these as they exit the arena. It's a long day it's been a long day for most of you, and it'll be a long day of judging here today. But a really, really nice class of females all the way down the line. For us, structure separates a lot of them. Depth of body separates a lot of them. But my congratulations on a really, really nice class of females.
An exciting way here to start off our Kiangus show, and a pair of May bull calves that I think both have an exceptional amount of quality and a world of future ahead of them. And there's some give and take between the two of them and some differences, and I'll discuss them here real quick. But the bull that wins the class, I think one that just in sheer terms of mass and power and bone and looseness of structure today, he comes to the top. I think one that's really good in his full rib and deep through that flank. He's got a shot more muscle and a little more shape at this stage of the game. And when we set him into motion, he's looser made, and he wants to get out and go with just a little more reach and flexibility today, and sits down on a little more foot and bone than our bull in second. And I think that's the distinct advantage that he has and where he starts today. Now, I'll be honest, we really, really like the way that this bull in second is made in terms of his design, and he fits us really well in that way. He's good up through his front end. He's deep-sided. He's good in his lines. When this bull is parked, he's tremendous in terms of his overall design. Now, I don't know, for lack of a better term, when he gets out and goes, he kind of wants to prance like a baby calf and maybe not quite get out as well out of that front end, or the way I read him today. I don't think he's unsound. I just don't know that he's quite relaxed and gets out and goes. Certainly not as much bone and power as our class winner, but I think one that's got a tremendous amount of future just in terms of his overall design and the way he's built as well.
Third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmental females.
Well, single entry April bull calf here, and I think one that's certainly good in terms of quality, and as we evaluate him by himself out here, not overwhelming in any one way, but not bad in any way at all. I think this calf is really complete. He's really good in his lines, and he's really, in terms of depth of body and muscle, he's where he should be in terms of those things. When we get him out and goes, he wants to snap those rear pasterns every now and again, but I don't call that one unsound at all. He's flexible, and when he gets out and goes, anytime you've got that kind of growth, you're going to run into a little bit of that snapping those pasterns every now and again, but I think one that in terms of just completeness can certainly stand some competition. Won our first calf division in our Kiangus show here. I think once again you should be commended as breeders in bringing this type of quality here, and certainly not very many in this division, but I think they've all been good, and I think they're sound cattle that have a place. I think there's two that pair up pretty well, and we're in a close class here. Our class winners out of our first class will be our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Your Class 4 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 52, Campbell Queen 16K, exhibited by Campbell Co. of Cedarville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 43, Stir Brokers Philistine 22K, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. In third place, entry number 39, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Isabel Lowry. In fourth place, entry number 42, Olivia Bacon. In fifth place, entry number 55, Andrew Bumgardner. In sixth place, entry number 40, Nicholas Wiley. In seventh place, entry number 41, Clearwater Simmentals and HTP Simmentals. In eighth place, entry number 53, Laney McAllister. In ninth place, entry 46, Katie Cooper. In 10th place, entry number 224, Prospect Cattle Company. In 11th place, entry number 36, Cade Griffith. And in 12th place, entry number 35, Pacey Balcom. First call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females.
Well, over here on the low semi side, really nice class of January heifers, and just a heifer that comes to the top rather handily for Donnie and I. This one here, when we study her from the ground up, she's just big-footed, We really like the angulation she has to her shoulder. She's very attractive up through her front 1/3. Just a really, really good one to start off this class and a real logical place to start. Then we get into some give and take here on down the line. We're going to use a young man's heifer coming here and next. I think just in terms of eye appeal and balance, I think she needs a wind up here in 2 in this particular class. But she's a heifer. We'd like to change her. I think she gets a little tighter in her spine when she gets into motion. We'd like to change the way she handles those hind 2 ever so slightly. But when he gets her parked, that heifer gives you a nice look. She's got some balance. She's got some symmetry to her. So she winds up here in 2 in this particular class. The red heifer that comes next, we like her from the standpoint of being practical. I think this is just a real solid female. I think she's one that doesn't have a glaring big hole in her, but she's also one that doesn't have them extra bells and whistles we like to see for the show ring. She's sound in her structure. She's really level out through her hip, but I'd like to see her pin set just a little bit wider. We'd maybe like to see a little more shape and dimension to her lower 1/3. The heifer that comes next in this lineup is one that when she's parked, this heifer competes with the heifer that wins the class in our mind. But when he puts her into motion, this heifer gets a little tighter in her spine here today. She almost acts like maybe she slipped or got hurt a little bit out back. She just gets too tight right there in that spine for us. Hopefully that gentleman can get her loosened up for next time he gets to the show, because I think that heifer's got a lot of quality about her. Gentleman that comes next got a really stout-made female. We'd like to change her out of her front end or ever so slightly. The 2 cattle we conclude with here, sure practical, functional cattle, we'd like to see have a little more eye appeal to move them up here today.
Well, a single entry December here on our Kiangus side, and I think a bull that brings some quality to the table. I think in terms of muscle shape and dimension, you really like him. He's got some shape down that top and carries it good through his hip and lower quarter. Really good in terms of the way his structure is off his hind leg and the way he handles his hock and his pastern. When he gets out and goes, though, he wants to tuck that center portion of his body up a little bit, like to lean him back just a little bit in the slope to his shoulder. But I think a bull that in terms of that hind end structure and the mass and the muscle shape that he has down his top certainly brings some quality to the table.
Results of your Kiangus Bull Show. Your Class 1 winner goes to entry number 34, and also your champion late junior bull calf goes to 34, DAJS Special Ops, owned by Katie Satry of Texas. In second place, and also your reserve champion late junior bull calf goes to entry 33, GOP Knockout 211K, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans Cattle Company, and Grand Old Place Farms. Your Class 2 winner goes to entry number 36, ARD Ridge Revival 52K, owned by Ard Ridge Genetics, LLC. Your Class 3 Kiangus Bull winner goes to entry number 38, GOP Just in Time 118J, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans of Evans Cattle Company and Grand Old Place Farms. Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmental females.
Well, over on the low percentage Simmental show, and again, it's been an awfully good division. As we walked through the classes, again, there's a lot of give and take, and as we've mentioned throughout the day, I guess it starts at the ground in terms of the structural correctness and and the soundness that these cattle possess. And I think that these heifers out here that have won their class represent that quite nicely. The heifer that comes out of the first class, again, from the side view profile, you certainly love the silhouette that she gives you. She's very straight and complete in her lines. So she's very good and nicely made up through her front 1/3. And again, a female that's awfully sound and true about how she travels and gets out and goes, and certainly got enough muscle, I guess, for Barry and I. The heifer that comes out of the second class, again, you could pretty much say the same things about this heifer. Love her from her shoulder back, love her top, and love her length that she has. Again, she's got enough body and substance and mass for us. Both of them, I think, are equally made in terms of thickness, and again, a very, very sound, functionally and structurally correct kind of a female. So again, place your priorities wherever you place them. For us, we just believe that all four of these are good cattle with a lot of quality and a lot of future within them. We'll show you the two that we like, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, back on our Kiangus side, a pair of November bulls here, and I think between the two of them, I think there's a logical place to start. I think the bull that starts the class just in terms of power and performance and the way he gets out and goes. And like we've said, we've been sorting a lot on structure throughout the day, and this bull's just simply looser built and bigger boned and gets out and goes with just more reach and comfort off of both ends. And then when we get him stopped, there's just simply more of them in terms of body and mass and muscle shape as well. Really complete bull here in second. He's smooth in his overall makeup and smooth there the way he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib. He's got some shape down his top and over his hip there. Just like to free that one up, maybe stouten him up in terms of his bone work today. One that just maybe doesn't get out and go quite as well as our class winner.
Your Class 5 percentage Simmental female results in first place, and also your Division II champion goes to entry number 57, S&S Cole Oso Foxy 2067K, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Taylor Poff of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 45, Fen Lola 16K, exhibited by Owen Fennig of Coldwater, Ohio. In third place, entry number 60, Garrett Bossy. In fourth place, entry number 61, Red River Farms and Morgan Jackson. In fifth place, entry number 56, Sophie Harvey. In sixth place, entry number 64, Colby Cooper. And in seventh place, entry number 65, Clearwater Simmentals. Your Division II Reserve Champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 52, Campbell Co. Queen 16K, exhibited by Campbell Co. of Cedarville, Ohio. Your Class 4 Kiangus Bull results in first place, entry number 39, GOP Jet Black 117J, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans, Evans Cattle Company, and Grand Old Place Farms. In second place, entry number 40, TRTLLC Just Watch, owned by Talmo Ranch and Tyler Loudon.
Well, a single entry October on this side, and I think one that has an awful lot of good in terms of his look and his design, and then that's where we like him quite a bit there. He's long up through his front end. He sure is deep through the center portion of his body. When he's on the stand, he sits there and he's square out of that hip. we're going to get picky on him when we get him out and get him in motion. He's a little straighter in his shoulder, and he wants to break in behind his shoulder and kind of raise that raise that center portion of his back. And so, you know, I think in terms of design, this one's got an awful lot of good to him just in terms of that profile. I guess when we get him back out here, we'll evaluate his structure a little bit more in division, but I think one, just in terms of that ring presence and that look, got a quality bull there. Well, here in our senior calf division here on our Kiangus side, and I think once again, not a lot of numbers, but quality from end to end, and some bulls that merit some consideration in terms of use and how you want to use them in your breeding programs. But I think for us, as we get out here, I think there's one clear-cut way, and a lot of what we've been talking about in terms of looseness of structure and build, that'll be our bull out of our second class. He'll be our division.
And your champion senior bull calf and your Kiangus bull show goes to entry number 39, GOP Jet Black 117J, owned by Kennedy and Brooks Evans, Evans Cattle Company, and Grand Old Place Farms. Your reserve champion senior bull calf and your Kiangus bull show out of your Class 5 winner went to entry number 41, Bauer High Noon J793, owned by Alex Bauer and Mackenzie Kolomsky.
Well, a single entry here in our intermediate division, and certainly I think overwhelming in terms of quality as we get him out here. a bull that pretty much checks all the boxes in our mind. I think one that in terms of just quality and that smoothness that he has when we get him out, he's athletic in terms of his way he's made at the ground and gets out and goes super good in that center portion of his body and just handles it so well, still maintains that masculine look and good muscle shape. Really a high quality bull here as our intermediate division champion. Congratulations.
Your Class 6 winner of your Kiangus Bulls and also your champion Summer Yearling Bull goes to entry number 43, BMW GCC Bucket List 520J, owned by Weingartner Show Cattle of Ohio and Griswold Cattle of Oklahoma. First call, Class 10, percentage Simmental females. First call, Class 10, percentage Simmental females.
Another automatic division here on our Kiangus side, and a big bull here that can certainly, what you see is what you get. I think one in terms of quality and smoothness, he looks like he's maybe been out and working on some cows here as well, but I think in terms of balance and smoothness, he's got an awful lot of good to him. He's good there in his forerib and the depth of his body. When you get him out and go move for a big bull, he's pretty sound and uniform the way he gets out and goes. He's maybe a little bit short stride, maybe doesn't quite fill his track, but at least he's smooth in the way that he does it. A bull that's attractive up through that front end, can certainly stand some competition. Congratulations on this division.
Well, really a challenging class over here on your SimSolutions side, and I think you could shake these things up just a little bit differently, just depending on where you put your priorities. For Donnie and I, we went back and forth of kind of how we like these, and we kept coming back to this young lady's heifer here that we have in first. I think just in terms of one that's got the cow look, I think as we compare her to the heifer standing right behind her, she comes out of the backside of that shoulder with a little bigger, bolder rib cage. I think when you study her underline, I think she's just a little deeper through the center part of her body. I think she's a little deeper right there in her flank. A heifer, undoubtedly, when we put her in motion, I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit in her spine, but she's attractive when you get off and view her from the side. So I think we decided this was a very, very good place to start in this particular class. The heifer that comes second, we love her kind. She's very practical, she's very functional. She's a heifer that's got a lot of meat, a lot of power to her. You know, like I said, as we compare her to the heifer that wins the class, is she as long from the point of her shoulder forward? No, I don't think she is. And maybe we'd like to see her have just a little more center shape and dimension to that rib cage. But that's a very, very high quality heifer. Gets out and goes really good as well. And I think that's where she has the advantage over the heifer that comes 3 in this lineup. I think this heifer just struggles a little more out of her front end than the 2 cattle above her do here today. But we appreciate her for her rib cage, for the amount of power, the amount of volume and capacity that she has, a very, very nice female. The heifer that comes next, this is a female. When she came in the ring, I thought she was going to be our class winner. She's very attractive. She's very striking from the side. But as we get her out here and view her next to the other 3 cattle ahead of her, she just doesn't have that brood cow look here today. She wants to come into pieces a little bit as she stands. We just like to maybe tone her down a little bit as well in her size. But 4 very, very good cattle. Sure enough, some give and take within them.
Your Class 7 Kiangus Bull winner and also your champion junior yearling bull goes to entry number 44, Clinto, owned by Tyler Loudon. At this time, the 2022 American Canine Association National Show is dedicated to Val B. Shields of Kentucky. In 1978, when he was 13 years old, Val and his dad purchased a 3/4 blood Chianina bull. They turned him out with their purebred Angus cows, and VBS Farms was born. In the 70s and early 80s, it was common for cattle to purchase a percentage bull of a continental breed and mate him to British-based cows. Subsequent bull purchases would be of increasing percentages. By 1982, Val had become a member of the ACA and was purchasing and raising Italian full-bloods. Val bought the best genetics that were available, but was especially partial to Talmo Ranch multi-generational Kiangus. Val began breeding his Kiangus cows with high-numbered, high-performing elite Angus bulls and currently has a performance-oriented herd show-quality cows. Val has always been a strong supporter of the junior program. He has personally guided 6 families through the junior program. When Val sells a heifer to a junior, he purchases a junior membership in the AJCA for them. Over the past 20 years, Val has impacted 12 different youth and has personally taken them and their heifers to the National Junior Heifer Show. Val served 2 terms as an ACA board member, including 1 year as vice president and 2 years as president. He served on the ACA Rules Committee and 2 terms on the Kiangus Classic Committee. In recognition of his longtime dedication as a Kiangus breeder, his support of the junior program, and his service to the American Canine Association, the ACA gratefully dedicated the 2022 National Show to Val B. Shields. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Val B. Shields of Kentucky.
Well, here as we wrap up our Kiangus Bull Show, again, not a lot in terms of numbers, but I think certainly in terms of quality, again, from end to end, I think you as breeders should be commended. I think there's an outstanding lineup in terms of quality and structural correctness, and cattle that offer some bone and muscle shape and know how to handle it when they get around the ring and still maintain that with a good balanced look. And an ability to raise some cattle that can come back and compete in the ring again if you're trying to raise females or bull calves as well. And I think, as we evaluate these, and not to take anything away from any of the others, I think there's one that certainly stands out just overwhelming in terms of his structural base and body and mass and muscle and that show ring look and presence that he has, kind of like bringing a gun to a knife fight. This bull out of our 3rd division is going to be our champion.
And your grand champion Kiangus Bull goes to entry number 43, BMW GCC Bucket List 520J, owned by Weingartner Show Cattle of Ohio and Griswold Cattle Company of Oklahoma.
For reserve as we evaluate these, and I think once again good in terms of quality and structure. I think there's a young bull calf out here that most resembles our champion. This calf out of our 1st division will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, another really nice class over here on the Simmental side, and a heifer that I guess just kind of for us just kind of wins the class. She's won again as we talked today, and it's a broken record for me, but she gives you a really nice look in terms of her completeness and her balance. Again, you like her down through her top, and you like her up through her front end, and that's probably where she excels just a little bitty bit over the heifer that's in second, is up through her front 1/3. Enough body, enough rib shape for us. You get behind her and get up off of her. She's got enough muscle and thickness. If we were to change her just a little bit, we might like to see her move out just a little bitty bit better off of her front end. She has a tendency at times to kind of want to wing those front two out, but nonetheless, that's nitpicking on a mighty good one right there. The heifer that's in second, a little larger frame, kind of a female. You love her body, you love her depth and her true spring of rib that she has. She's not made quite as nice and neat as the heifer that wins the class up through her front end. A female that's adequately made in terms of her muscle, a female that gets around the ring relatively free and easy. Third place heifer is one that's a little different, obviously different in terms of her size, but here's a nice female. Certainly gives you a nice look from a silhouette standpoint, like her body, like their depth of rib, maybe like to clean her up just a little bitty bit down through her brisket, and maybe just see just a little bit more true heifer there. Heifer coming in next, again, you like her length of side. We just like to see her with some more true spring to her rib and some more lower 1/3, if you will, but a female that gets around relatively easy within this class today. We end up with a heifer, again, as we talked today, maybe not the completeness, the overall balance and symmetry that we see in some of the front runners. We'd like to free her up off of both ends of her skeleton just a little bitty bit, and again, give her just a little bit more body and depth. But a good class of females, nice class through and through.
Once again, your grand champion, Kiangus Bull, goes to entry number 43, BMW GCC Bucket List 520J, owned by Weingartner, Klingeman Show Cattle, and Griswold Cattle Company. Congratulations. First call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Kianina females. First call, Class 7, 8, and 9 Kianina females. Second call, Class 7, 8 and 9 Kianita females. Second call, Class 7, 8 and 9 Kianita females. Entry number 4 to the makeup arena immediately. Second call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. This is your first call, Class 11 and 12 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 11 and 12 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 7, 8 and 9 Kianita females. Third and final call, Class 7, 8 and 9 Kianita females. Third and final call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 10 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 11 and 12 percentage semis. Second call, Class 11 and Class 12 percentage semi females.
Well, this is a tremendous class of fall heifers out here, and all the way down, I think there's very, very high quality within these cattle, and I commend the exhibitors. This is the way we see them out here. I think Donnie and I think this heifer up top is the combination heifer of the group. She's the one that shows the most maternal, the most femininity up through her front 1/3, but then yet comes out of her shoulder with a big, bold rib cage. She's really strong and stout down her top. She comes back. She's really level out through from hooks to pins. And as we compare her to the heifer in second, I think there's a little more width to her pin set. Definitely down through her lower 1/3. I think this heifer excels the cattle that stands right behind her. So I think a very, very good place to start. I love this heifer in second. When you get back off and view her from the profile, she just is striking. The way that neck comes out of the top side of the shoulder, like that a great deal. Study her from the ground up. She gets out and goes really, really nicely. She's not as bold. If you study her right coming out of the back of her shoulder into her rib cage and down in her lower 1/3, if we could add just a little more muscle to that one, I think she could give that class winner all she wants. The cow of the bunch is the heifer that we have in third. We really appreciate her for the cowy look she gives us out here. She tends to run downhill ever so slightly as she gets out here when she's parked, but boy, that one's got a big, beautiful rib cage, really stout in terms of her muscle shape. She's not as level from hooks to pins as the two heifers that stand right above her, but that's a very, very high quality female. The heifer that comes next in 4, she's a heifer that's attractive from the side, her as well. We like how she balances up in her underline. She's a female. When she gets into motion, we like to set that tail head back down into her ever so slightly, but another female that's really sound structured, very, very high quality, as is the female that concludes this class. I mean, here's a heifer that she come in the ring first, and I thought, boy, we're going to have a good class winner this time. But as we get her out here and comparing her to her counterparts, she doesn't balance up as nicely from her chest through the center part of her body back into her flank. She gets just a little tucked up right there in that flank. But that heifer's got a lot of shape, a lot of dimension, really, really sound female to conclude the class.
Your Class 6 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 68, TSSC Sparkle 123J, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. In second place, entry number 69, Wallace Arkdale Pride 105J, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In third place, entry number 75, Rob Oakley. In fourth place, entry number 66, Brecken Bloomberg.
Here on the key side, it's really great for Andrew and I to have the opportunity to be with you this morning and be down here and on your 50th anniversary as well. Our first class here, a May heifer calf class, plus it'll be a division, just a striking heifer. As you see her, you watch her go around the ring. She moves out with some ease and sets all 4 feet down really well. I mean, I think just really a nice place to begin the key show, a nice heifer. In that respect, we'll look forward to seeing her back out here later.
Your Class 7 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 81, 909J, exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina. In second place, entry number 80, Bramlett's DBLG Emmy J182, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and McKenna Hoppe. In third place, entry number 77, Haley Stotler. In fourth place, entry number 76, Luke Lath. In fifth place, entry number 78, Garrett Bossy. First call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Kianina females. First call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Kianina females.
Well, again, over on this side of the arena, and as we prepare to pick your division champion, and again, I compliment all the exhibitors that are out here, because really the 6 individuals, when you get down just to the end of it, they're good cattle and they have a lot of quality. And I understand it, as I said earlier, I understand the business, and I know that we're all wanting to win, but I think if you sit back and just analyze these, you have to appreciate them for the quality that they have. And as I've always stated, you state where your priorities are and run with it. And for us, it gets kind of simple. I think we can overanalyze things at times, but for us, it's soundness and mobility and just depth of rib. And the heifer that wins the class up here on front does that. You love her body, you love her depth, you love her true spring that she has to her rib. She's very sound, very true and correct as she gets out and travels. When you compare with some of the other heifers out here, she maybe doesn't hold herself quite together on the standstill, and you might like to see just a little bit more muscle in her in comparisons. But again, I think an awfully good female that has a ton of future ahead of her. Congratulations to that young lady. Really a nice heifer that comes in second, and again, from the side view profile, and when she gets her parked, she certainly gives you a nice silhouette and a good look. You love her body, the center portion of her body. She's strong and correct out through her hip and back through her hind leg. And she's nice enough up through her front end and shows you a lot of balance. If we critique her and would like to change her just a little bit, we'd probably like to see her handle her front two a little better. She's probably a little straighter about her shoulder, which restricts her just a little bit as she gets out and travels. But again, I think a really nice female that represented that class quite well. The heifer that comes out of the last class is one, as Barry commented, is just really complete and really well balanced. One that just gives you enough body. Does she have as much as some of them out here? Probably not, as you look at her, but she's so long through her spine. She's so neatly designed up through her front end. And quite honestly, she's the soundest in terms of her structure as she gets out and travels. So again, we've got the second places on the other side certainly represent this division quite nicely. Again, as I've stated all day long, really good cattle all the way through. I'll show you the ones that we like the best within this division. And again, if you would please, around ringside, show these exhibitors, not necessarily Barry and I, but show them a nice round of applause, because they brought you a really good set of cattle. Thank you.
Third and final call, Class 11 and Class 12 percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 11 and Class 12 percentage Simmental females. Second call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13, Kianina females. Second call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13, Kianina females. Your Class A results of your percentage Simmental females in first place, and also your Division III champion, goes to entry number 89, RPCMFM Stylish Love, J80, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, in your Reserve Division III champion, goes to entry number 126, J-Boy Tammy, 15J, exhibited by Tanner Green of Mayville, Michigan. In third place, entry number 90, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock. In fourth place, entry number 92, Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock. In fifth place, entry number 88, Trenipole Farms and Rebella Byans. In sixth place, Third and final call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Kianina females. Third and final call, Class 10, 11, 12, and 13 Kianina females.
Well, here as we start getting into a little bigger classes with some more numbers and certainly quality from end to end in this class, certainly everyone each on down the line. I think there's some good heifer calves and they'll have a bright future ahead of them. But I think two exceptional ones here to start with. And if you look at both of these just in terms of that outline and profile, you see what we like. I think they're long fronted, they're deep sided, they got some substance and they're really smooth. And when we set them into motion, I think they're both really sound, and the way they get out and go and keep them feet right, I think they're really, and they still maintain that balance. And as we break the two down, I think the class winner, when you analyze these, there's just a little more base width, there's maybe a little more muscle shape and dimension down her top and through her hip and quarter, but I think one that just has a slight advantage that way. Now this heifer here in second, I think is going to have an awful good future ahead of her. I think one that's still green in terms of her condition, but that outline is super, super good. That way she is up through her front end. She's really long and square down that top, good from hooks to pins, sets down on an awesome hind leg. Just if we're comparing today, maybe not quite as much of her as our class winner in terms of that shape there through that hip and lower quarter, maybe base width, but I think a lot of that's going to come with some condition and some maturity. I think the heifer here in third most resembles those two in terms of her style and outline. One that's super good up through that front end. She's deep-sided as well, really good in her overall outline. Just when we set her in motion, she doesn't want to get out and go quite as well off that front end. She's a little straighter shouldered and a little more restricted the way she gets out and goes. One that's certainly good in terms of her outline as well. I think a really complete heifer here next that's coming in fourth, and in these two between fourth and fifth were a little bit of talk between Dad and I. I think though, in just in terms of her overall completeness is where this heifer lands. Really doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, but super good in terms of her structure and her lines and her outline. I think a heifer that's good in terms of her body, maybe not as deep as those heifers that come out, but I think just one that's fault-free, going to be a good cow on down the road. Super stout kind of heifer here that comes next, and really like an awful lot of things about this one. Gets in a really tough class as well. Big-footed and big-boned, big-hipped. One, though, that gives you an awesome profile. Just like to see that one a little softer in the center portion of her body as compared to the heifers ahead of her here today. Heifer that rounds out the class, again, one that you appreciate in terms of her performance. Good in her lines, big-topped and muscular. Just like to make that one a little bit more eye-appealing as the heifers ahead of her here today.
Results of Class 8 in your Kianina female show. In first place, entry number 7, J Salty SSC Miss Jessie J, 2234K, exhibited by Maddie Smith. In second place, entry number 6, Campbell Co. Jalen 3K, exhibited by Brody Hansen. In third place, entry number 5, Colton Wynn. In fourth place, entry number 2, Savannah Garrett. In fifth place, entry number 4, Delaney Moore. And in sixth place, entry number 3, Claire Chessman.
Well, over here on the low semi side, once again, a class amaze, and this is also your division in a really, really good class. A lot of quality, 5 cattle out here in this particular division and in this class, and there's quality all the way from top to bottom. And Donnie and I, we really, really like this heifer that we have on top. That's going to be your division champion. A lot of things we talked about today from the ground up. She's big-footed. Love the angulation she has to that knee, and she's really tucked in that shoulder very, very nice. She's got a tremendous amount of extension up through that front 1/3. Then she comes back and opens up into a big, bold rib cage, and she's just got that cow look for you. So we like that one a great deal. We put her in the motion, and she gets out and goes very, very nicely. Where I think she has an advantage over the 2 cattle that stand directly behind her is in how bold she is in her rib cage. And we'd like to change this heifer here in 2. Just as she comes out of her shoulder, she gets a little tighter right there in that forerib. But she's got so much quality up through that front 1/3. She's really deep through the center part of her body. I think that front 1/3 quality is where she excels the heifer that's going to come in the 3rd. We put her in the motion. She gets out and goes very, very nicely. So a really good heifer. Congratulations on champion in reserve in this particular division. We like this heifer here in 3. I think this is a heifer, when the gentleman gets her parked, you really have to like her. She's striking from the side. She gives you a good look. She's very attractive. She's a heifer that I'd like to extend from the point of her shoulder to her nose ever so slightly, and I'd like to loosen her up a little bit when we put her into motion as she exits the ring. You can watch her go, and we just like to see her go just a little freer and easier out here today. Then we come with the heifer next. That, again, has got a cow look for us. She's very attractive up through her front 1/3. She's a female that's got some muscle dimension and shape to her. We'd like to tuck that tail head down into her just a little bit and ultimately free her up on those hind 2 as she goes. She wants to get outside of herself ever so slightly. And there's a high-quality heifer that concludes this class, a female we'd just like to loosen up in her spine ever so slightly, but she's another one that's got a lot of volume, a lot of capacity about her. So that was a very good class, very good division. Give those division champions a round of applause, if you would, please.
Well, here on our key side, Donnie just commented over the rail, this is a good pair of heifers, and Dad and I agree. These 2 are flat good and in terms of quality and balance and a lot of the things that we like. And there's some give and take between the 2 of these, and it's interesting to have them out here. I mean, both of them in terms of their outline and that body and their bone and their substance and that soundness that they have, they're both very, very similar, and so it's fun to get down and just and to be very, just very minor details that separate these 2. And I think the one that we chose to start the class just has maybe a slight advantage in terms of substance of bone and foot at this stage of the game. One that's just a little denser there as she carries from her shoulder back into her forward. When we set her in motion, she wants to handle that tail head just a little bit better and tuck it down in her more than our heifer in second. I think 2 really high quality individuals here, and in the nice heifer heifer there to start the class. I think the heifer here in second, like I said, just follows her in terms of type and kind and overall silhouette, that depth of body and sound structure. Just one, though, when we set her into motion, like to tuck that tail head down or just a little bit more in comparison to our class winner. That's being awful critical of a really good heifer there as well. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
First call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmentals. First call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental females. Results of class number 9 of your percentage Simmental females. Your first place and also Division 4 champion goes to entry number 94, BCR Time to Shine J80, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place and also your reserve champion Division 4 female goes to entry number 97, Stir My Heart and Soul 152J, owned by Kathy Lehman of Shelby, Ohio. In third place, entry number 95, Brecklin Bloomberg and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. In fourth place, entry number 96, Gus Wilt. And in fifth place, entry number 98, Eric Flynn.
Here in our second division of the Key Show, and certainly getting into a few more numbers, like I said earlier, and in the depth of quality. This is fun to evaluate, and these cattle all out here. I think all four of these here out of these two classes, I think they'll each have a day in terms of when they're going to be overly competitive, and they'll be the force to be reckoned with at a show, because I think in terms of structure and look and balance, I think they're tremendously good in terms of that overall quality that they have in that show ring look. And just real quick as we go through, I think the heifers that started out of that first class, I think both of them paired up really well in terms of just that youthfulness and length and extension and sound structure. I'd said both of them in that class had that outline and that, and that overall look and that femininity that they have at this stage of the game. And, there's not a lot of difference in age between these heifers in the division, but I think both of them are youthful and maybe a little greener in terms of their condition here today, but got all the right pieces. And then I think as we got into our second class there, marches, as we talked, I think incredible in terms of quality and balance. And we don't get into measuring them too much at this stage of the game. We sort on quality, but I think both of these in terms of just having a little more density and just body and volume and just a little fuller and further along here today as comparison to our first class. I think these two are going to stick together in this division. Congratulations. They'll be our champion in reserve in our second calf division.
Second call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental females. Second call, class 13 and 14. First call, class 14, 15, and 16, Kianina females. First call, class 14, 15, and 16, Kianina females. Class 9 Kianina female results, and also your champion late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 9, J-Saw Looky Here, 2222K, owned by Sarah Sullivan. Your reserve champion late junior heifer calf in second place in class 9 goes to entry number 11, J-Saw TSSC Who's Primo, 2122K, owned by Harrison Stouffer.
Well, again, a really nice class, and I'll get a little redundant again, but as we've worked through the classes today and just tried to pick quality and completeness and balance, and as you look at all of these heifers, these 5, they're really, really good. And I guess as we get through the midway of this show, I've been very impressed with that. We've had a lot of classes, and the cattle have been extremely good from front to rear, and as I've said earlier, where you place your priorities is where you need to go. We think the heifer that wins the class probably is a more cowy one in terms of her appearance. She's very fresh in her appearance. She's very deep in terms of her dimension. She's good and excuse me, she's good and square out through her hip, and she has a very nice balance and attractiveness up through her front end. She's probably a little truer in terms of the way she gets out and handles her front 2 versus the heifer that's in second. But again, I think a really, really nice heifer to lead off with in terms of maternal cow prospect. Good heifer coming here in your second. And again, on the standstill, you love the silhouette that she gives you. A female that's got some body and some spring to her rib. She's big-footed. She's big-boned. We would find her made just a little differently up through her front shoulder. We'd like to tighten her up just a little bit through that region. She wants to get, for us, maybe just a little straighter about her shoulder, which restricts her just a little bit off of her front, too, as she gets out and travels. But again, you love the body, the mass, the substance, and her kind. Gentleman's heifer coming in next. Again, you get behind her, you're certainly impressed with the muscle that she has. A female that's big-barreled and big-bodied. Maybe not the overall look in terms of completeness and balance as the other 2 heifers above her. She falls apart just a little bit down through her top when he gets her set up, but nonetheless, I think an awfully good female. Good heifer coming in next. Again, you like her body, you like her depth, you like her true spring of rib, maybe not the pizzazz that you see in the front runners within this class. We'd like to tone her down just a little bit, how she's made through that, back through that tail head. She gets a little weaker about her loin, if you will, in comparison, but a nice female. Certainly one that should make a good productive cow. We end up with a female, again, when we talk completeness and balance, just doesn't have it in comparisons with the front runners within this class. We'd like to change her the way she handles her hind, too, as she gets out and travels, but an awfully, awfully good class. Congratulations.
Second call, class 14, 15, and 16, Kianina females. Second call, class 14, 15, and 16. Third and final call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental females. Your Class 10 results in your percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 102. STCC PFK Miley 45J, owned by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 107, TJSC Diamond 124J, owned by Montana Holzmeyer of Harrod, Ohio. In third place, entry number 110, Glenny's McGurk. In fourth place, entry number 104, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and McKenna Hoppa. In fifth place, entry number 103, Barrett Evans.
Well, here in our February class on our key side, and three very high quality heifers, and maybe just not a clear cut answer in a way to line it up. But I think, you know, as we discuss these and give and take, and I think, like we said earlier, I think there's one thing that we always place above all in terms of preferences, and that's soundness. And I think as we evaluate these heifers, I think this heifer that starts off the class just in terms of looseness of build and structure and that way she handles her hind leg, she's the longest strided when she gets out and goes, and she's the most relaxed in her top as we set her in motion. From there, she gets really good in terms of her overall presence and style as we evaluate her there. Certainly gives a good look when that young lady gets her parked and gets a good profile in that show ring look. Now, as comparison to our heifer in second, she's maybe not quite as full in her forerib and the way she blends back from her shoulder back into her rib cage, but I think that one's green and certainly got a good future ahead of her here. The one in second, I think, does have an advantage the way she is, smoother from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's a little bit fuller down through there. A heifer that, again, is really good in terms of her overall style and presence and balance that she has just when we set her in motion, and she's got so much length of body, I think that it's almost at a disadvantage for her because she doesn't quite get out and fill that track and go, and she just wants to be a good foot there shorter than meeting her track. But I think that's where the deciding factor is between those two. The heifer in third, I think, is really good just in terms of her overall maternal build and makeup and depth of body and function. That's going to be a whale of a cow. I think that one's just fault-free in terms of her completeness. I think one that has a tremendous amount of body and a good look as well. Maybe not quite as flashy and have that overall show ring appeal as those two heifers ahead of her, but I think a good functional breeding piece for on down the road.
Well, over here on the low semi side, really high quality pair of heifers we have out here, and we're going to leave them the way they came in. And the young lady's heifer here on top, you know, just a female that's striking in terms of how attractive she is when she gets in here and she gets her set up. From the point of her shoulder forward, we really like how attractive this one is. She's tremendously long. She's a tremendously long-sided female, and we really like that about her. She's one. We put her in the motion. She goes out and it gets out and goes really nicely for us here today. When we compare it to the heifer that is going to come second, I think there's just more width, more dimension, a little more volume and capacity throughout that rib cage and all the way back from hooks to pins. I think her pin set's a little bit wider than the heifer we have coming here in 2. But we like this heifer in 2. She's a female that fits what we've done today. She's got that really cowy look. We like this one's rib cage. She's not quite as long-sided as our class winner. Really like the udder development on this one. She's going to have a really nice udder when she gets into production. She probably excels our class winner in terms of the way her udder looks here today. But those are 2 high-quality heifers. We like both of them really, really well. Give them a round of applause if you would.
Results of Class 11 in your percentage Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 119, R.J. Horde 112J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. In second place, entry number 120, Wallace Travel Gal 172J, owned by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky.
Well, an exceptional class of January's here, and 2 really good ones here to start off with. And as we evaluate these, I think tremendous in terms of quality. And the heifer here that starts the class, I think just in terms of that overall look that she has and that center sweep of body, and just maintaining that softer look and just a little bit more relaxed in her top when she gets set in motion comes to the top for us. I think one that's striking in that front end, still maintains that look and that balance. She's a little bit more relaxed and looser in the center portion of her back when she gets out and goes. Heifer here in second, I think I prefer in terms of that length from hooks to pins. She's maybe just a little bit square out of that tail head. A heifer, though, that gives you a really good look and that extra length that she has there. Still, as we compare back to our class winner, I'd like just to see her just keep just a little bit more depth there through the center portion of her body. And then maybe when we set her in motion, she tends to just want to tuck that just a little bit more than our class winner does. But I think one certainly good in terms of quality overall look that she has as well. Young ladies heifer here that comes next gets in a really tough class. I think one that's certainly got some quality as well. She's smooth through that shoulder and good in her lines. Maybe just like to soften that one up in terms of her overall depth of body as well. Maybe strengthen her up on those hind legs, but I think one that's certainly got a place as well on down the road as a good breeding piece.
As we get ready to pick our second division here, I mean, I think we've got 4 outstanding heifers out here. Things we like about all 4 of them, that they really excel, kind of animals that Andrew and I would like to have at home, and Bruce, my brother, what we like to look at and what we like to have. You know, I think the heifers out of the first class here, I mean, terribly striking. They're big-bodied, they're good-footed, they get around good. But I think Andrew and I kind of came down to where we, just the power and the density of these 2 heifers back here and the way they get around the ring. So we're going to use the heifer out of the second class to be your champion, and then her second place to be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
Second call, class 14, 15, and 16, Kianina females. Second call, class 14, 15, and 16. Results of Class 10 of your Kianina females: in first place, entry number 19, Farah, exhibited by Kylie Barker. In second place, entry number 14, TSSC Who's Playing Who, 2026K, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe. In third place, entry number 16, Kaylee Jennings. Your Class 11 results: in first place, entry number 22, JSOL TSSC Miss Kimmy K, 2127K, exhibited by Kathy Lehman. In second place, entry number 23, BMW Fry Lucy 109K, exhibited by Weingartner Kilgaman Show Cattle. In third place, entry number 20, Conky Show Cattle.
Well, a single entry December here, and certainly one that can stand some competition as well. I think one that's just overall completeness and good in her lines and look good and level down that top. She's got enough body, and when we get her set in motion as well, she gets out and goes and travels well off of both ends just the same. I think one that can certainly stand some competition. We'll evaluate her more when she comes back for division. Congratulations on your class winner.
Third and final call, class 14, 15, and 16, Kianina females. Third and final call, class 14, 15, and 16. Your champion early junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 22, JSOL TSSC Miss Kimmy K, 2127K, exhibited by Kathy Lehman. Your reserve champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 23, BMW Fried Lucy 109K, owned by Weingartner and Klingeman Show Cattle. Your Class 12 result in your Kianina female show: in first place, entry number 24, Lad Juanita 214J, owned by Macy Scherer.
another single entry here on our key side, and I think one that's super attractive up through that front end and really good in her lines, and really when you get over the top of her, bold sprung in that rib cage and got some rib and dimension and some width that way. One that's really square from her hooks to pins and comes down there to that hind leg really well. Another one that certainly can stand some competition. We'll bring her back here for division in a minute and evaluate her even closer.
Well, again, over on this side, really a nice set of cattle, and I know I've said it, and a lot of times it's probably judge speech, but this is really a good class all the way down to the end. There's heifers middle of the way down towards the end that certainly would be competitive at a lot of shows, and that's a compliment to you as breeders and exhibitors. And we always have to be positive. I mean, if you're not positive about this class of cattle just in terms of their depth, then I think something's wrong, because they're awfully good. But we got a good one to start with, and one that hits your eye pretty quick when she walks in. Again, you love her striking pose as she stands there as you're looking at her. You love her body, her depth, her spring of rib. She's certainly got enough muscle from behind. Love her out her hip, and I think that's where she excels over some of the ones that are behind her. Maybe just to get critical, if you were to change her just a little bitty bit, you might want to see her just handle her front two just a little bit differently, and it's not terrible, but maybe just kind of wants to wing out just a little bit as she gets out and travels. And a little bit I think that has to do with she just really not wanting to get out and reach and walk out here today, but nonetheless I think that's an awfully good one to lead off. We moved this heifer up from our first pull, and again, she gets there just in terms of her stoutness, her boldness of rib, but more importantly, compared to the heifer that's behind her, the way she's made from her hooks to pins. Is she the cleanest one out here in terms of that lower brisket? No, but she's got a nice length about her front end. She's got a nice shoulder placement about her, and again, just in terms of her body, her depth, her capacity, she's big boned, she's big footed, and she goes second today. The heifer that comes out next, again, here's one that you like her in terms of her body depth and her true spring of rib that she has. She's not quite, she's made a little neater and tighter down through her brisket, but we don't see her to be quite as long out and extended out through her front end. But where we would be most critical of her only in comparisons with the front runners is we'd like to change the way she's made out through her hip. Again, a big boned, big footed female that certainly has a tremendous amount of quality. The heifer coming in fourth is somewhat similar in her kind of design. Again, you like her rib shape, you like her kind. Maybe not the overall flank that you see in some of the heifers that are above her. She gets a little bit weaker in her loin. We'd like to just jack her up a little bit maybe in her tail head in comparisons, but nonetheless, I think an awfully good female that stands in that position quite nicely. Heifer coming at you next. Again, you like her boldness of rib shape, you like her kind. She too is nicely presented out through her hip and back through her hind leg. She's not as good in terms of her femininity and refinement, I guess, up through her front 1/3. She's a little bolder about her shoulder, which makes her just a little weaker in that area, but again, I think an awfully good female. As we end on down the class, again, we've talked about cattle that are really good in their own kind, a few differences in terms of condition, a few differences in terms of soundness, but again, I think an awfully good class of females through and through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Here on our key side, only 2 heifers here altogether in our senior calf division, and I think I'm glad to get them out here and be able to compare them back and forth, because I thought both of them were really good in terms of quality in their classes and on their own out there, and I think it's more fun here as we get them out and get to evaluate them and compare back and forth. And the heifer out of our first class, like I said in there, and the longer she's out here, the better she looks. Just super complete. No bells and whistles in any one way, but I think just one that her overall build and completeness and structure and just that lines and uniform that she has, I think gets her a long way, and I really appreciate that about her. the heifer out of our second class. I think one that is super striking. This one up through her front end is just a little neater and a little more attractive, and just super good up through that front end and neck the way she is. She's really bold sprung and got some width there over her top. But with that, you know, when we set her into motion, she maybe doesn't get out and go quite as well off that front end, and maybe doesn't relax her top near as well as the heifer out of the first class. Like to see her just a little more uniform from her chest back into her flank, and I think that's where our December heifer has an advantage. Our December heifer is going to win this division. Our second class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
First call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females. First call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena. Your Class 12 results. In first place, entry number 124, J. Saul Danga, 1053J, owned by Claire Dorsey of Morrow, Illinois. In second place, entry number 135, J-Boy Tammy Consuelo, 182J, owned by Gabriella Tabo of Idaville, Indiana. In third place, entry number 133, Kathy Lehman. In fourth place, entry number 132, Tim Schaefer, Show Cattle and Taylor Poff. In fifth place, entry number 130, Shearpoint Farm. In sixth place, entry number 173, Cale Robinson. In seventh place, entry number 131, Woodlawn Show Cattle and Circle T Farms. In eighth place, entry number 134, Turner Longaker. First call, Class 17, Kianina females. First call, Class 17, Kianina females to the makeup arena.
Well, over here on the SimSolutions side, class of Januaries, and again, the quality don't disappoint us whatsoever out here. And Donnie and I think this pair up top is really, really close. There's just some subtle differences between them. We're going to use the gentleman's heifer up top here. I think she's just a little fresher in terms of her overall makeup. We think she's a little looser made, maybe a little more extended out through that front 1/3 as we compare her to the heifer in second. She's a female that's got a lot of volume and a lot of capacity. I don't think she's quite as full right behind her shoulders as the heifer that comes in 2, but she's a female. When we put her in the motion, we think she's just a little looser made and just, as I said, just a little fresher through the front 1/3 as we compare her to the heifer in second. The heifer in second, we love her from her shoulders back. I mean, she's stout and powerful, really big down her top, carries it all the way back to a level hip, and she's really wide in that pin set. Tremendous in terms of her underline and her volume and capacity that she has. Just a really, really nice heifer. Like I say, we'd like to extend her through that front 1/3, maybe freshen her up ever so slightly. The heifer that comes in 3, now this one's stout. You get behind her and her pins sit out there nice and wide. She's really level in terms of her pins. But with that, she gets just a little coarser about her overall makeup for us. As we compare her to the 2 cattle ahead of her, she's got just a little more chest. Doesn't quite give you that look that those 2 heifers do up front. Good looking heifer coming here in 4. She's really straight in her lines. She's a female that gets out and goes really, really nicely. We'd like to just tone her tail head down a little bit, set that back into her ever so slightly, but very, very high quality female. We conclude with a baldy face female here that we'd like to loosen up when we put her in the motion, but a heifer that's got some volume and capacity about her.
Your Class 13 percentage Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 141, J-Boy Tammy, exhibited by Wade Spencer of Logan, Iowa. In second place, entry number 146, S&S Knows No Limits 1014J, exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina. In third place, entry number 140, Jamie Hoblin. In fourth place, entry number 144, Jadalyn Stadler. And in fifth place, entry number 148, Kyra Moore. Second call-all champion, reserve champion, percentage Simmental females. Second call-all champion and reserve champion, percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena.
Really another high quality class and some give and take here in an automatic intermediate division, but I think maybe where we land is the cow of the bunch. I think as we get this young lady's heifer out here, and just in terms of completeness and being pretty fault free and that overall body and build and depth that she has, just super good in terms of her overall completeness and smoothness. Still, when we get her set into motion, she gets out and goes and tracks really well off of both ends. Just one that I think is super good just in terms of that and cow power on down the road. And I think that advantage and depth of body is where she comes over our heifer here in second. Now, I think there's a lot of things about this heifer in second that we really like. She's super good in terms of her outline. She's long up through that front end, and the way she comes back, she's good as well in terms of structure and that squareness out of her hip and down to her hind leg. Just as we compare back to our class winner, she's maybe not as deep in the center portion of her body. I think another month or two on down the road, and this one gets a little heavier in calf, I think she gives that first one all that she can handle. The young lady's heifer here coming next in third. She's doing an awesome job with her, and I think this one certainly it was in consideration too as we sorted through those top three, and I think she's got a really good one here as well. I think she's super good up through that front end. She's really good in terms of that balance that she has as well. well, especially when that young lady gets her stuck like that. Just as we compare to the two ahead of her, I'd just like to see her a little deeper and a little more uniform, especially there from that navel back into her flank. I think another one with just a little more time is going to be awfully competitive as well. Young man gets in a tough class, and I think this one is really good in terms of cow power as well. Tremendous in terms of depth of body and that mass and rib and performance that she has at this stage of the game. She looks like she's far along in calf as well. Just like to loosen that one up off her front end structure to get her any higher. Another one that's big and bold and got some power here as well, rounding out the class. She's big boned and got some thickness there through that rear end. Just like to maybe make her a little softer, maybe make her a little transition a little smoother from that shoulder back into a forewhip. Great class of heifers there from end to end. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, those of you standing and sitting around ringside, I would really appreciate if you would show these folks in this division a nice round of applause, please. You know, they work hard, and the judging part of this is the smallest part of what happens here at these shows, and certainly the folks in the ring are the one that you need to be proud of the most, and this is truly an exceptional good set of cattle all the way through, and I commend you as breeders and exhibitors just on a tremendous set of cattle. The heifer that comes out of the first class, again, you just love her femininity, you love her kind. She's one that's got cow written all over her that, you know, her best days are ahead of her, and obviously she's in competition out here, and she's a contender, not a pretender, and certainly has a lot of good things about her. Love her swoop that she has, love her body, her belly, her thickness, her mass, very feminine. Her best attribute is the way she gets out and travels, and that's one that's awfully sound and true in terms of her movement. The heifer behind her, again, does a lot of good things. Love her from the standstill and the silhouette. Like her body, her depth, her capacity, the spring of rib that she has. She's good out her hip and good in terms of her structure and gets out and moves quite well. The heifer that comes in next, again, and it's hard to find any faults really in these, and so we're talking the good things, and this one's awfully good, and again, body and depth and capacity and just true spring of rib that she has. Again, you like her out her hip. Obviously, there's some differences. She may not be quite as long as some of the ones in front of her, but again, that's an awfully good heifer standing in front of me, and one that certainly is a contender as well. The heifer that come out of the last class, a very tough class, and a lot of them, they've been tough today, and we didn't expect anything else, but you love her body, you love her rib shape, you stand behind her, you like the true spring of rib that she has, and you love her muscling, and again, just a tremendous good female. And you look at the seconds over there, and a lot of those, I'm sure, have won major shows around, and will continue to do so, and again, make tremendous cows. So for us in picking this division, it comes down to a few things, and just, you know, as we talked earlier, structural correctness, integrity, and just body depth and capacity. And with that said, we'll go out and find you the two that you like best, and it's certainly, I don't have much of an ego, so it doesn't hurt my feelings if you like other ones, and I know you probably will, because I get how this system works. But nonetheless, my congratulations to these exhibitors. We'll show you the two that we like the best.
In your Division 5 percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 119, R.J. Horn 112J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 120, Wallace Travel Gal 172J, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. This is your third and final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena.
Well, over on the SimSolutions side, and a single entry, and the easiest thing to always say is that she sure could use some competition, but that's quite true with this one. Here's a good one, folks, and one that has a lot of quality about her. Again, as we talked throughout today, love her body depth and her capacity, like her out through her front end, a female that's good through her hip, big enough bone, big enough footed for us, one that certainly has a world of future ahead of her, one that I like quite well. Congratulations, young lady, on a nice female.
In your Class 14 winner and your Division 6 champion in your percentage Simmental female show goes to entry number 149, STCC Serena's Gift 173, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana.
Well, really an outstanding pair of April females here in an automatic division, and I think tremendous quality in both of these. And certainly I think as we sit and evaluate them, and then you go back and forth between the two, and there's minor differences that separate them, but the black and white heifer for us, and simply put, I think as Dad and I discussed them, she's just a little more our kind. I think one that's a little bit flatter through her shoulders, she's a little deeper in the center portion of her body, carries that depth really well back through that flank. Really like her overall muscle shape and the way she handles that, really feminine about that. We'd like to see her get out and reach just a little bit longer off them hind legs. I think one that she's tricky because sometimes when she relaxes and settles down, she meets that track, but I understand how when those big heifers get going, sometimes they don't get it all the way either. And so But that being said, our heifer here in second's got an awful lot of things about her that are really that we really like as well. She's good and long up through that front end. She's big topped. She's big hipped. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of bone. And when we compare her back to our class winner, I'd like to lay her in just a little smoother in her shoulder. She's maybe a little more upright in that design through that shoulder as our class winner. And then, like I said, I think our class winner just had a little bit more depth there through the center portion of her body and carried that back. And that's not taking anything away from this one. I think this one is certainly competitive as well. One that's really good up through that front end and that design. I like an awful lot of things about her as well. Congratulations to those two exhibitors and those April heifers on this automatic division.
Now entering the ring is a selection of your grand champion percentage Simmental female show. Contestants include entry number 15, Sturtzball Cattle Company of Louisville, Ohio. Entry number 57, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Taylor Poff of Hagerstown, Ohio. Entry number 89, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Entry number 94, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Entry number 119, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And finally, entry number 149, exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Middleton, Indiana. Your Class 14 Kianina females, your class winner and also your champion summer yearling goes to entry number 32, Law QB, exhibited by Landry Warnock. Your reserve champion summer yearling in second place in class goes to entry number 35, TSSC She's So Sassy 1094J, exhibited by Emily Jones. In third place, entry number 31, Laramie Barker. In fourth place, entry number 38, Cade Banter. And in fifth place, entry number 33, Colton Wynn. Your Class 15 results and also your champion late spring yearling Kianina female goes to entry number 43, MPJ WC Fetty's Finest 146J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Your reserve champion late spring yearling goes to entry number 41, DSSF Candy Cane 106J, exhibited by Emma Yoakum.
really another outstanding pair here in our key show, and I can see why the numbers aren't very good, and there aren't a lot of them, because in these last couple divisions, I'd see why a lot of people want to go home. These things are really good, and then they're tough to compete with. And so with that being said, I think there's some give and take between these two heifers, but maybe the one that I read is a little bit leaner and a little fresher in her condition, maybe a little longer fronted, and then when she gets out and goes, maybe just, you know, that leanness maybe allows her to get out of that shoulder and move with just a little more reach and authority out of that front end. And I think that's where she has an advantage over our heifer in second. Oh, this heifer, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to tuck her chest back up in her a little bit. She's getting a little more skin and a little fuller there down there in that lower portion, but I read her is still a little bit trimmer up through the front or towards the top end of her neck. I think that one just super sound and got a lot of good to her as well. Not to take anything away from this heifer in second, I think this one is certainly good, and you appreciate the overall mass and body and volume, and I think both of these heifers, just in terms of their balance and body and cow power that they possess, are both really appealing, and they're attractive and got a lot of good to her. Like I said before, I'd just like to see that one get out with just a little bit longer stride out of her front end, maybe lean her up through her front end as compared to our class winner. Really nice pair of heifers there in that division. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 17, Kianina females. Third and final call, Class 17, Kianina females to the makeup arena.
Well, folks, over on the SimSolutions side, as we prepare to pick you a couple champions, and again, my congratulations to all the exhibitors. We're not going to bore you with a long, drawn-out speech. We'll save our thank yous and all that stuff towards the end of the day, but I think Barry and I, one thing that we have agreed upon today is that these have been awfully good cattle, and regardless, and I know I say this a lot, but regardless of your favorites or my favorites, I think you'd have to agree with me that these are awfully good cattle. They're good looking. They represent, I think, the show ring well, but just as importantly, and maybe more importantly, I think they represent what these cattle are gonna make you and turn you into dollars 2 and 3 years down the road. And so, for us, it's been quite simple. We don't it's not rocket science. We just try to find the ones that have some completeness and balance, ones that are structurally sound and true in terms of their movement, and still show you a nice maternal and a cow look with still some punch and some power. And so we do this a lot back in Yukon, America, just in terms of sorting cattle and getting ready for sales and whatnot. And it's pretty simple. You just try to find the best ones within the groups, regardless if it's a show or at home, making your sales selections. And we think that these cattle represent just good, solid cattle. So with that said, again, as I said earlier, we're not, the two of us aren't the most important people here today. It's you, the breeders and the exhibitors in this group, not only this group, but everyone that's been out here in this arena today. So with that said, we'll go pick you a couple champions. If you would, please show your appreciation to them with a nice round of applause. Thank you.
And your grand champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 119, RJ Horde, 112J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve grand champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 120, Wallace Travel Gal 172J, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Congratulations. The American Simmental Association would like to recognize the 2021 to 2022 Ring of Champions Percentage Simmental Award winners. Would the winners of the 2021 to 2022 Ring of Champions Percentage Simmental winners please come to the picture backdrop? The Ring of Champions program was built to recognize these cattle that have been consistently successful at American Simmental's major progress through performance shows, which include the American Royal, Northern American International Livestock Exposition, Cattlemen's Congress, National Western Stock Show, and the Fort Worth Stock Show. The lengths these cattlemen and women go in order to exhibit and showcase their genetics is truly admirable. Their skill in the off-season of selecting the appropriate cattle to show, the work behind the scenes to prepare the cattle for their full potential visually, the expense to travel all these distances to compete in the greatest venues while consistently placing at the top is certainly something that should be recognized. We are proud of these cattle that carry the SimGenetics brand. These champions represent us all very well. The final standings in the PDP Ring of Champions and your percentage Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number STCC Serena's Gift 173, owned by Harley Sargent and David Smith, and Trenipole Farms and Mercedes Ferree. Second goes to Sell Trixie 105H, owned by Chase Harker. Third goes to HCCO Daffodil 493J, exhibited by Morgan Jackson. Your percentage Simmental bulls. In first goes to CSG Winchester 376H, owned by Elmore Cattle Services, XTB Cattle Company, Copeland and Sons, Paulson Cattle, B&K Farm, and Ivy and Sons. In second, Harker's Unleashed, owned by JS Simmentals, Minert Show Cattle, and Chase Harker. In third, All FCF Hot Topic 99H, owned by Adcock Land and Livestock and Four Corners Farms. Congratulations, percentage Simmental exhibitors. First call, class 15, 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, class 15, 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental bulls to the makeup arena.
Another outstanding set of heifers here in our key ring. And as I was remarking to Dad, you know, these big heifers, they all look so good. And when you get them stopped and on the stand, I think every one of them is really attractive from end to end. And they got some balance, and that's how good everybody is at getting these things, you know, presented and put together and, you know, and hit that silhouette that they need and such good care at home. But I think, you know, I've always joked about I just make them make laps and sort them on soundness and that look and that maintaining and, you know, still being able to get out and go and maintain that look. And so I think that this heifer that wins the class, and she does that. She maintains that balance when she's set in motion. She gets out and goes off both ends really well and is truly flexible. And then when we get her on the stand, she gives you that awesome look and that profile and that depth of body and that show ring appeal that we like. Really a good heifer there to start this class out with. The heifer here coming next, I think, is a little different in terms of type and kind. I think she's one that's super, super powerful and just huge in that hip. Really big, powerful hind leg. She still gives you that good balanced look. Maybe not as neat as an attractive and laid up through that shoulder, quite as good up through that chin as our class winner, but I think that one's got a whale of good as well in terms of just that overall power and flexibility when she gets out and goes as well. One that's got a lot of good and power as far as the breeding piece goes on down the road. Young lady's heifer here coming next. I think one that's super attractive in terms of that front end and the way she lays in through that shoulder. She's good and deep through the center portion of her body. Excellent in terms of her lines, but when this one gets out and goes, she doesn't want to reach quite as well off that front end. Maybe gets just a little more stiff and upright and doesn't want to reach out and go, but I think that one in terms of profile is really, really good. I think that same can be said for this heifer that follows her next. I think one that's cowy and functional and complete. When we just compare these two back and forth, I think this one gets out and goes just all right, but one that I think maybe just doesn't have quite as good of a ring presence as the heifer ahead of her, but I think rib shape and depth of body and that squareness out through her hip, you really appreciate a lot about her as well. Young man's got a nice one here that rounds out the class, got some depth of body. She's good and straight down that top. Just like to neaten her up in terms of that overall ring presence to get her any higher today.
Results of Class 17 of your Kianina females in first place, and also your champion junior yearling goes to entry number 57, Preston's Ethel, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. And your reserve champion junior yearling goes to entry number 51, TSSC CRKS, Who's Looking Now, exhibited by Samantha Podzemek. In third place, entry number 54, Mackenzie Neal. In fourth place, entry number 53, Emily Jones. And in fifth place, entry number 50, Wyatt Shin. Second call, Class 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, Class 16, 17, and 18 percentage Simmental bulls.
Well, over on the SimSolutions side, as we get started, excuse me, in our bull show, and two really nice bulls to start this show off, and both, I think, complement each other quite nicely. The bull that's the most complete, the most balanced, the most fault-free in his kind, I think, is the bull that wins the class. You like him through his center portion of his body. You like him out through his neck, head, neck, and shoulder region. He gets around the ring very, very sound and true. Really a nice calf. The calf that's in second, like his body depth, like his capacity, he's probably got just a little bit more muscle from behind than the bull that wins the class, but he's not quite as neat and tidy up through his shoulder and through his front end. Maybe just a little shorter sided than the bull that wins, but a nice class of bulls to get started. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental bulls. This is your first call, Class 19, 20, and 21% Simmental bulls. First call, Class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Your Class 15 percentage Simmental bull results: in first place, entry number 151, Handyman 2229K, exhibited by King Cattle Company of Perrysville, Indiana. In second place, entry number 152, PFLP Diesel, exhibited by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky.
Well, here on your SimSolutions side, we got a February bull up here that's going to win the class. to me or to Donnie and I, this bull just in terms of overall quality excels the bull that's in second. We like how attractive this bull is up through his front 1/3, how high that neck ties on the top side of that shoulder. Both bulls we'd maybe like to loosen up just a little bit in terms of their structure, but this bull's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape and dimension to him. We really appreciate that about him. Really good place to start in this particular class. The bull that comes second, he's also a bull that's got some width and dimension. You get behind him, he's really square out through his, from hooks to pins. And he's a bull. We'd like to change the design a little bit of them, his rear pasterns and hock, just to see him get along a little better. But he's a young bull that's got good testicular development, and I think he's going to go on and make a good herd bull for that young man.
Second call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Your class 16 results: in first place, entry number 156, RF Havoc, KO8, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. In second place, entry number 155, MF Lead the Way, exhibited by Mimer Farms of Mount Gilead, Ohio.
Well, this certainly is very exciting. We come to this point of our key show, and you know, as we've gone through and had more numbers here, I think as we got into our heifers, certainly incredible in terms of quality, and as we go through, hopefully you can see the kind of cattle that Dad and I prefer and what we like to raise back in NAILEs, and it's cattle that are above all else sound and have some attractiveness and femininity about them, and that's what we strive to do, and that's the way we try to make our Angus. And as we go through, I think that hopefully you could follow along with what we tried to do and the kind of cattle that we like, and find some good in these. And I think, though, as a key breed, you certainly should be just excited about the quality of cattle that you've brought to us today, and it's been exciting for us to go ahead and sort through them. I know we've still have the key Angus females, but as we get here, I just wanted to take a second to thank everybody for the opportunity, and you know, as we come to the selection of our champion heifer, you know, I said the other day that you know, I've had the opportunity to lead cattle down that ramp for the last 27 years, and you know, and since I was a young kid, and I remember that first trip that we made down here with my dad, and you know, it was a special place. It was different than all the other shows. It was, you're going to the North American, and you're going to show on the green shavings, and back then the Angus meeting was here, and you were going to meet all the big breeders and all the show strings and all the cattle, you know, the who's who and the cattle that were anything were here. And you know, so it's a special place. And you know, I made the comment to my daughters the other night before the Angus show, you know, it's a special opportunity to lead a champion down that ramp. And so anytime you get to judge here, and like D-Rob said on the other side earlier, you know, it's not about the judges, it's about the exhibitors and the cattle and the people that brought them in here. You know, I'm fortunate to have grown up and, you know, getting to do this, and a big reason of that's because of my dad. So, you know, it's a special honor to be able to judge cattle on the green shavings. It's even more special to be able to do it with your dad. So with that being said, Dad's going to go select your champion. Want to thank you for the opportunity. Been an outstanding show here. I'm sure looking forward to the Key Angus as well. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. We'll go show you the two that we like.
Well, over on the SimSolutions side in this first division of bulls, and it's close out here. And unfortunately, I guess for each exhibitor, there's quite a bit of an age difference within these two. You got a May down here on this end and a February on the other end. And there's a lot of good things about this bull calf that's up here on this end. As we talked to him in class, love his front end and love his sleekness about his shoulder. I like his body size. He's got some depth of rib and spring of rib. He's very sound. He's very good in his joints. Where he's not as good is in terms of his thickness, only in comparisons with the older bull behind him. But this is an awfully good calf that I think, as you project him down the road, has a tremendous future ahead of him. The bull right behind him, again, is one that we talked in terms of power. You get behind him, he's certainly tremendously made in terms of his built and thick-ended, long and square through his hip, through his top. You like him. He's not as probably as attractive up through his front end, but again, this is a bull and he's looking like a bull. And if you were to change him, you might like to have him just a little bit more heart, maybe just a little bit more flank in comparisons with this calf on the other side. But again, little disadvantage in terms of the age difference for us. I think we have to use the more powerfully constructed bull. You'll be the champion of this division, young lady, followed by your first class in the first class. Congratulations.
And your grand champion Kiangus female in your open show goes to entry number 57, Preston's Ethel E.T., exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve grand champion Kiangus female goes to entry number 9, Jason Looky Here, 2222K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second call, class 1920 and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, class 1920 and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Kiangus females. First call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Kiangus females to the makeup arena.
Well, here on your SimSolutions side, really nice class of bulls, and I think Donnie and I think really, really logical place to start in this particular class. This bull, he just very striking when you get off and view him from the side, and when you start analyzing him from the ground up, he's big-footed. His angulation of his shoulder and his knee and his hock are all good, which allows him to get out and move about the ring really, really well. He's really square from hooks to pins. Just a really nice bull. And then this bull here, when we look at him on paper, he's in the top 50% of your breed in a lot of the traits that you got. So not only phenotypically does he suit us, on paper he's maybe as good as we've seen here all day, so I commend that exhibitor on that. The bull coming in two is a powerful bull. He's really thick, and when you get back behind him and view him down through his stifle, he's not as square from hooks to pins as the bull that wins the class. He's really extended up through his front 1/3, but he's not as neat in terms of his design of his front end. He gets a little more leather up there, if you will, but a powerful bull that's really good in terms of his structure. I think that's very, very useful as we see him going forward to make a herd bull. We chose to use the red bull next, I think just in terms of structure. I think he gets out and goes better than the bull that we have here in 4. He's a bull that's really thick down his top. He wants a roll in that hip a little bit, tuck his hind legs under him when he goes. We'd like to square him up there, but a very powerful bull. As is the bull we conclude the lineup with. He's stout, he's powerful, but just gets a little more upright in his shoulder, a little straighter on those hind 2 for us here today.
Second call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Kiangus female. Second call, class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Kiangus females. Entry number 9 to the makeup arena. Once again, entry number 9, Kiangus females to the makeup arena. Third and final call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, class 19, 20, and 21 percentage Simmental bulls. Your Division I champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 156, RF Havoc KO8, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 151, Handyman 2229K, exhibited by King Cattle Company of Perrysville, Indiana. Your Class 17 results: in first place, entry number 162, WHF JS CCS Woodford J01, exhibited by Wayward Hill Farm and JS Simmentals of Prairie City, Iowa. In second place, entry number 159, WCC RRF Reflection 1170J, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas. In third place, entry number 161, Hallie Dilliard and Wayward Hill Farm. In fourth place, entry number 163, Madison Metzger.
Single entry in our class here, and this will be an automatic division champion, so my congratulations to this exhibitor and his team. But really a nice bull, and one that certainly I think would have looked good out here with others surrounded around him. But like his body, like his depth, like his spring of rib, like his shoulder placement, he's awfully attractive and true and fresh appearing up through his front end. Certainly got enough adequate muscle and thickness for us when you view him from behind. Big stout bone, big-footed, kind of gets out and moves relatively free and easy, and one that, to be honest with you, we look forward to seeing him back out here in our championship lineup. Congratulations.
This time we'd like to recognize your 2022 National Champion Livestock Judging Team of your 4-H division, the Cherubusco Livestock Judging Team from Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Your Division II champion and your percentage Simmental Bull show goes to entry number 162, WHFJS Woodford J01, exhibited by Wayward Hill Farms and JS Simmentals of Prairie City, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 159, WCC RRF Reflection 1170J, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas. Your Class 18 results and also your Division III champion bull goes to entry number 164, River Bluff Cattle Company of Neatnik, Illinois. Third and final call, Class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Kiangus females. Third and final call, Class 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Kiangus females. Kiangus female, entry number 16 to the makeup arena. Kiangus female, entry number 16 to the makeup arena.
Nice class of bulls, and again, we've got 2 bulls, but this will be a division champion, so congratulations to both of you exhibitors. But interesting calf that wins this division, and one that's certainly, you know, if muscle and power is something that is very important to you, then you should probably look him up, because he certainly has that tremendous in terms of his muscle pattern, and he carries it down through his stifle. He's a little bolder about his shoulder, but my goodness, as much muscle that he has, you're going to have just a little bit of that, I guess, in my opinion. He's very sound and true and mobile about the move straight down through his top, and one that has enough body for us. Good bull that comes out next. Again, you like his body, you like his dimension, you like him up through his front end. His shoulder may lay into him just a little tidier and neater than the bull that wins the class, but he's not as good out through his hip, and we'd like to change him in that area, give him just a little bit more forerib and flank, but again, a very nice bull that is your reserve division. So my congratulations to you exhibitors.
Results of Class 19 of your percentage Simmental bulls. Your class winner and also your Division 4 champion goes to entry number 166, Maverick, exhibited by Bloomberg Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Porter Cattle of Greencastle, Indiana. Your second place in Class 19 and Reserve Division 4 champion goes to entry number 165, TMCK Hendricks 845J, exhibited by Liliana Partwood, Bowling Cattle Company, and Toll Show Cattle of Versailles, Kentucky.
Well, here in the low semi side, two really good bulls, and they're sure enough different in their type and kind. And Donnie and I are going to use the bull, the bald-faced bull up front here. Bull's got a lot of power. I think he's just a little more powerful than the bull that comes in second. I think there's a little more natural depth and curvature to the rib cage to this bull. We think he's got a decided advantage when we view their testicle development and size at this stage right now. The bull in second concerns us a little bit just in the size of his testicles. So we're going to use the gentleman's bull here to win. I think he's powerful. I think he's a long-bodied bull. I think he's a bull that's going to go out and breed a lot of cows and put a lot of power into them. If you want to put a look into your cattle, I think you could take a peek at this bull here in second, because he is the more attractive bull when you get off and view him from the side. He's very attractive up through that front 1/3. As I stated, I'd like to see just a little bigger set of testicles on him here today. He's a bull that's got some width and dimension down his top, very powerful out through his hip. Two good bulls in that particular class.
Single entry on the SimSolution bull side, and again, one that certainly has a lot of quality. Again, as we've talked throughout the day, just about good cattle and balance and completeness and symmetry. He certainly shows you that. Good out his hip, back through his hind leg, nice and smooth through his shoulder. Really like this calf as he gets out and travels. We'll talk about him a little bit when we bring him back out here for your championship drive, but a good calf.
Results of Class 20 of your percentage Simmental bulls. In first place, entry number 170, WCC RRF Troubadour 130H, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas. In second place, entry number 169, ALLFCF Hot Topic 99H, exhibited by Adcock Land and Livestock and Four Corners Farms of Maconaquah, Illinois. Your Class 21 percentage Simmental bull results. In first place, entry number 172, SBC Northgate 795H, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Brownlet Simmentals of Rockwall, Texas.
Over on the SimSolutions side, and again, a really nice division of bulls. And, you know, this bull show is very important. So many times we get so caught up in the fluff and the hair of the female show, but these are some good bulls, and this is where you turn your programs around, decide each spring and fall what sire you're going to use. And I guess Barry and I both think that all three of these bulls have a lot to offer to the industry and to your breed. But the bull on this other end, and Barry talked that class, just really kind of a loose mate, kind of a calf, one that's tremendously thick, ended from behind, and as we've seen a few out here today, got a little shoulder on him, but here's one that's big in terms of his rib shape and his boldness, and really nice in terms of his muscle and thickness. The bull behind him probably is the most attractive bull out here, and not only that, he gives you a lot of good things. Really love his body, his depth, his true spring that he has to his rib, and he's nice and tidy through his shoulder. Just really an exceptional kind of calf. And then the bull that was second behind the first place bull, Barry talked that class, and again, a very eye-appealing, striking kind of a bull. Maybe a little tighter about a few things, maybe a little tighter in terms of his heart back through his flank, but again, I think three really, really good bulls that have a world of future. We're going to go ahead and use this young man for champion. We'll follow with the bull that was first in that first class. Congratulations.
Well, really a good way here to start our Kiangus show and our heifers. Really an exciting way here. I think a heifer that leads off for us, and I think this is an automatic division. Super maternal in her overall design and functional and correct. I think that one's really complete and sound in her structural base. Tremendous depth of body, and then still when we get her on the stand, still balances up with plenty of look and appeal as well. Really a nice heifer here in second, I think, in terms of that overall length up through that front end. She's long and straight in her line. She's long from hooks to her pins. She's got some bone. Just like to see that one just blend everything together just a little smoother, maybe just deepen her down in the center portion of her body as compared to our class winner to get over her today.
This is your first call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. First call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls to the makeup arena. Your Division 5 champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 172, SBC Northgate 795H. Owned by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Bramlett Simmentals of Rockwell, Texas. Your reserve champion Division 5 percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 170, WCC RRF Troubadour 130H, exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas.
A nice pair of February heifer calves in a division here as well. And between these two, I think they're both very similar in terms of type and kind and overall balance that they have. Their patterns are very, very similar. But when we compare them back and forth, I think there's just more of the heifer that starts off the class. I think a heifer that when we look at these on the move and evaluate them, she's just a little bit softer there on her pasterns and handles that hind leg with just a little more authority when she gets out and goes. Like I said, the heifer here in second, I think, is similar in terms of her pattern and that length and that depth of body that our class winner has. I'd just like to free her up in terms of movement at the ground as compared to our class winner. Nice pair of February heifers. Congratulations on that division.
Well, over on your SimSolutions side, and my congratulations to all these exhibitors. And what a tremendous set of bulls out here, and you know, they're not all alike, and I think that's a term that is used a lot that really doesn't make much sense to me because it's hard to find them. There's so much quality and depth in today's show ring that it's hard to find them totally alike, and I think you have to set your priorities and what's important to you, and as an evaluator, whether it's Barry and I or you enthusiast who probably is more importantly evaluating them, it's wherever you set your priorities and what looks good and what needs to happen at your environment and in your place. But not to go back through and talk about all these bulls, but there's a lot of competitors out here and a lot of good bulls, and certainly they bring you, the breeders, a nice array of different things and different qualities, and these cattle, I think you'd have to agree, have some muscle to them, some thickness, and I think that's certainly important. Cattle that are sound and true and can get out and move, I think that's extremely important, and still yet have some look and eye appeal that you'd want to breed your cows to. So with that said, I think there's one out here that hits us pretty hard, and we'll search around and find you a reserve. But my congratulations to all you exhibitors. Show these bull exhibitors a nice hand, and we'll go pick you a champion.
First call, class 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 Kiangus females. Once again, first call, classes 13 through 17 Kiangus females to the Bank-Up Arena.
Single entry December heifer calf here on our Kiangus side, and I think one that can certainly stand some competition in terms of her design and good in the way she lays in through that shoulder and up through her front end. Comes back, she's really deep-sided, and just gives you an outstanding profile as we get off here to the side of her. Now, when we set her in motion, she doesn't quite reach off that front end quite like I'd like. She maybe wants to toe out just a little bit, but that's getting awful picky of a really good one here. Young man said this one was born on Christmas, and I bet that he was excited when this one hit the ground. I mean, just in terms of quality, that one's got a good look. Congratulations to him.
Your grand champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 172, SBC Northgate 795H, exhibited by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Bramett Simmentals of Rockwall, Texas. Your reserve grand champion percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 166, Maverick, exhibited by Bloomberg Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Porter Cattle of Greencastle, Indiana. Second call, class 22, 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. Once again, second call, classes 22 through 25 purebred Simmental bulls. And we'd like to congratulate your 2022 Percentage Simmental Show Premier Breeder goes to Tim Schaefer Show Cattle, and your Premier Exhibitor to Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock. Congratulations. It is now time to announce the 2022 American Simmental Association Herdsman of the Year Award. Mr. Justin Adcock from Mechanical, Illinois is a graduate of Lakeland College and the University of Illinois, where he received his bachelor's degree in animal science and master's in ruminant nutrition. The son of Bobby and Sherry Adcock and a past Illinois Junior Simmental Association board member, he was on competitive livestock judging teams both at schools and coached the Illinois State 4-H team to 2 national championships. Justin, alongside with his wife and family, own Adcock Land and Livestock, a beef seed stock operation in central Illinois where they sell Simmental and Angus cattle throughout the USA. In 2004, Justin exhibited the Grand Champion Simmental female here at the North American. In 2013, his program was named Premier Exhibitor at the North American. In 2018, he was named Herdsman of the Year at the Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes. And in 2019, his family operation was named Illinois Seedstock Breeder of the Year. Justin has judged shows on every level in 19 states in Canada, including 2 times here at the North American. Today, Justin is an FSR for Channel Seeds. Let's congratulate the 2022 American Simmental Association Herdsman of the Year, Mr. Justin Adcock. And Justin, if you would please step forward, we would like to get your photo at the backdrop. Congratulations once again.
Well, another outstanding pair of heifers here, and going along with how we've discussed things all day, I think one in terms of structure and soundness and looseness of build, this young lady's heifer goes ahead and wins the class and does so fairly easily. I think this one in terms of length and femininity up through her front end, and then the way she carries back in that forerib and that depth of body all the way back to her flank, just one that I think is really elegant and feminine in her overall makeup. And then, like I said, once again, when we set her in motion, I think she just travels that much better out of her front end. And the heifer here in second is awfully good as well. I think one that just in terms of her overall pattern, you really like. She's really neat up through that front end. She's good in terms of her lines, really good through that hip and hind leg. Just when we compare her back to our class winner, maybe not quite as deep in the center portion of her body, maybe doesn't get out of that front end with quite as much reach and flexibility, but I think that's a really high quality pair of heifers that go well together as well.
Results of your Kiangus female show. Your Class 8 winner and champion late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 9, BMW Ace 2 100K, owned by Luke Jennings. Your reserve late junior heifer calf goes to entry number 6, SC Chloe, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Your Class 9 results and your champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 11, CHBB Kate, owned by Macy Banter. Your reserve champion early junior heifer calf goes to entry number 10, RSRS Tallahassee, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson. Your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 13, BRKR Rue 1J, exhibited by Reed Barker. Your Class 11 results. In first place, entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland 114J, exhibited by Kennedy and Brooks Evans. In second place, entry number 16, HF Diamond Queen 848J, exhibited by Emma Graft. Third and final call, Class 22, 23, 24, and 25, purebred Simmental bulls. Once again, third and final call, Class 22 through 25, purebred Simmental bulls.
Well, really a nice trio of senior heifer calves out here as we get both our class winners in our second place. And I think each and every one of these has a tremendous amount of quality and a bright future ahead as senior yearlings. And each of you exhibitors should be proud of that. As we go forward, I think as we talked in class, I think there's one that certainly separates herself just in terms of structure and build. It'll be the young lady out of our second class. She'll be our division champion. Congratulations. It gets a little closer for reserve, and I think that these heifers that are our second place and our first class winner, it gets a little closer because, like I said in class, I don't know that either one of them move perfect out of their front end, but then when we get back here and study them from a profile, I think our December heifer calves maybe just a little softer through the center portion of her body, maybe transitions back through that flank just a little bit better. She's going to be our reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Second call, class 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 Kiangus females. Second call, class 13 through 17 Kiangus females.
Really a nice pair of May heifers here in an automatic intermediate division, and really I think an easy place to start. I think one that in terms of a lot of the things we've been talking about all day, Maternal and her makeup and design, and super sound and smooth and still have that show ring appearance. I think this one checks an awful lot of boxes. Really nice complete heifer there to start the class. The heifer here in second gets in a tough class. I think one that's good in her lines and good in terms of her balance. Just like to maybe neaten that one up there in her underline. Maybe like her straight walk with a little more strength and stability off of that front end to compete with that other heifer today.
Your champion senior heifer calf and your Kiangus female show goes to entry number 15, GOP Judy Garland, 114J, exhibited by Kennedy and Brooks Evans. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 13, BRKR Rue, 1J, owned by Reed Barker. Your Class 12 results in first place and also your champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry number 19, DAJS Diana, 124, exhibited by Baron Strope. The reserve champion goes to entry number 18, FLM Miss Jade, exhibited by Hannah Smith. Third and final call, class 14, 15, 16, and 17 Kiangus females. Third and final call, class 14 through 17 Kiangus females. First call in class 26, 27, 28, and 29. Purebred Simmental bulls. Once again, first call in class 26, 27, 28, and 29. Purebred Simmental bulls.
Another outstanding class, and as we get through these big heifers, I mean the competition is certainly starting to heat up, and in these Kiangus, and there's some give and take, and I think though as like I said earlier, as we keep with the theme of what we've been doing all day and in structural correctness, I think that this heifer that starts off the class has an advantage. When we get her set in motion, she's looser in her build, she's a little bit longer strided off that front end, and she relaxes her top so much easier when she gets out and goes and relaxes there in the center portion of her back. Still maintains that look and that balance as she goes. Heifer, then when we get her parked, she's got that balance and show ring look as well. Heifer here coming in second. I think she is a little bit neater up through her chin and a little more attractive there, just the way she is up through her front end. A heifer that you like the overall balance and eye appeal that she has as well. Tremendous high quality there. When we set her into motion, she just wants to tuck up in that forerib and pick up in her spine just a little bit right behind her shoulders. Maybe not leading out of that front end quite as well as I'd like to see her go today to get over that other one. That young lady's heifer here gets in a tough class. I think one that you appreciate the broodiness and performance and depth of body that she has. She's got a big sound hind leg. Just like to neaten that one up in terms of her overall eye appeal to get her over those other two today. Congratulations. Nice pair of heifers to start that class.
Well, here as we start your purebred bull show on your Simmental side, really nice class of bulls, and Donnie and I, we're going to go ahead and start off with the calf that comes out here and gives you the nicest look when you get off and view him from the side. Like how that neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder, that does that very, very nicely. He's a bull for as good as he looks. He's got some width and dimension to him when you get behind him. I like the way those pins sit out there wide and square. And when we put him into motion, you know, he's very, very flexible, but I'd maybe like to see that bull collect himself just a little bit as he goes. But I think he's the most flexible bull that we have in this particular lineup. It got really close to us between 2 and 3. We chose to use this bull here in second. From the shoulders back, he's a pretty well-balanced bull, pretty fault-free bull from their back. He's really wide pinned. He's big down his top. Where we change this bull ever so slightly is from his shoulders forward. We'd like to clean his chest up, clean him up a little bit right there in his throat, but a very nice, well-balanced bull. If you like him stout and powerful, you'll like this bull that's in third. From his shoulders back, we love this one's body. We love the shape he has, the muscle dimension he has down his top. You know, he's a bull that's really big in terms of his bone. He gets just a little rounder about his joints for us out here today. And when we put him in the motion, he gets just a little more restricted than the two bulls in front of him do here today. Then we conclude with a bull that's really good weight per day of age, really high-performing bull, not quite as eye-appealing when you get back and view him from the side as the three bulls ahead of him are here today.
A pair of marches, and certainly high quality as well. And as we bring our class winner out here, like I said earlier, I think another one that checks an awful lot of the boxes. I think just in terms of what we like, in terms of structural correctness, and then that eye appeal and overall smoothness, and still have that attractiveness up to that front end, I think she stands out here. And certainly, especially when we get her on a side view profile like this, just takes a whale of a picture. And I think that one, just in terms of that smoothness and that correctness, and still having that eye appeal, really, really a good one there to start out with. Young man here brings another really nice one, and he's had a couple nice ones today, and I think he's had some good stout ones and ones that have some show ring look and appeal, and this heifer is good in terms of her overall body and dimension, and when we get her stopped, she's got a good eye appeal. She's really long-hipped and big bone. Like to maybe free her up the way she gets off that front end here today. Gets in a really difficult class with that other heifer, I think, but congratulations to both those exhibitors. Nice pair of heifers there.
Second call, class 26, 27, 28, and 29 purebred Simmental bulls. Second call, classes 26 through 29 purebred Simmental bulls. Results of Class 13 in your Kiangus female show: in first place, entry number 23, and also your champion late spring yearling heifer goes to BMW Ace 2 409J, owned by Callie Baldwin. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 22, Hig Tabitha 123J, owned by Marcy Harward. In third place, entry number 20, Macy Clark Ledford. Your Class 14 results and also your champion early spring yearling heifer goes to entry number 24, BMW Ace 2 325J, owned by Samantha Van Voorhees. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 25, BMW HR Wynod 143J, exhibited by Luke Jennings.
Nice class of, beat you there, Foster. Nice class of bulls over here on this side, and really I think Barry and I would agree that the bull that wins the class doesn't blow you away with volume and body and mass, but I think he's the most complete, the most balanced, just the most good in him as the trio of the two bulls that are left. But like him through his front end, he's blended in that region quite nicely. He's where he has a little advantage is out through his hip in terms of his hooks to pins. We'd just like to see maybe just a little bit more bull in him, but again, I think a logical place to start just in terms of fault freeness. The bull that's coming to you in second, we like his body shape and his kind. We like him out through his hip, a bull that's adequate in terms of his shoulder. Where we fault him compared to the class winners in movement, he doesn't handle himself off of his hind two quite nicely enough for us to place any higher today comparisons with the class winner, but a good big stout stout bull that has a tremendous amount of muscle. Good bull in third. Again, we'd just like to see more body, more volume, more depth, and true spring to his rib. We'd probably also be a little critical of him from his hooks to pins and out through his hip and back through his hind leg. Nonetheless, a good bull, trio of nice bulls. Congratulations.
February single entry over here on our Kiangus side, and one that certainly can stand some competition here. And as we get her out here, I think one that in terms of design and eye appeal, it really has a lot of good things. She's good up through that front end. She's smooth in her shoulder. She's got a big rib cage and lots of dimension there. Really good out through that hip and sets down on a good hind leg. If I'm going to get a little critical of her when she gets out and goes and gets going a little faster, she wants to just tuck that lower 1/3 and maybe come up in the center portion of her back. I'd like to settle that down a little bit more today, but I think one that certainly can stand some competition. We'll get her back out here at the end and to have some more to compare to.
Third and final call in Class 26, 27, 28, and 29 purebred Simmental bulls. Third and final call in Class 26 through 29 purebred Simmental bulls.
As we bring these bulls back out here for division, again, a nice set of bulls, and the four bulls that certainly have a tremendous amount of future, we think, and some differences in their kind. But probably the bull that hits you the best in terms of eye appeal is the bull that wins that first class. Again, we talked to him in terms of his body shape and his design. We certainly like that about him. He's very tidy and true about his front. He's very sound and maybe the most mobile one within this lineup. Really a nice calf. The bull that comes in second, again, gives you a nice look from the side view profile. We talked to him in class. We just like to see just a little bit more body and volume and rib shape to him. And again, maybe give him just a little more overall punch, but a nice kind of a calf. The third bull that wins the last class is this reserve back here in the second to the class winner on the other end. Really a nice calf. Again, you like his body shape and his design. You like him up through his shoulder. He carries a little bit more brisket maybe than the bull that beat him, and that's one thing that made this bull go second, but again, a good calf. And then we ended up with a good calf in terms of his volume that stood second. We liked his hip in terms of his muscle and his thickness, just like to free him up on both ends of his skeleton. So four really nice bulls vying for reserve, champion in reserve. We're going to use the bull that wins the first class to be your champion. Congratulations.
Well, here in our January class, another nice pair of heifers, and I think as we get them out here, there's a pretty logical lineup as we go between the two. And the heifer that starts off the class, just a little more length and extension. She's a little fresher up through that front end, and I think that allows her to get out with just a little bit more reach and authority off of both ends. Sets down to the ground just a little bit more. And like I said, there's even with probably being a little leaner in her condition, she still has just as much mass and volume as the heifer in second. Heifer in second's really smooth, really deep-sided. You like that about her, the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib. You like to see that. Just a heifer, though, I think when we get her in motion, like I said, that little extra condition that she has maybe up in front of her shoulder doesn't allow her to reach out with as much flexibility off that front end to get over that other heifer today.
Results of Class 22 in your purebred Simmental Bowl show. In first place, entry number 183, Mr. CCF Saddle Up, exhibited by CNC Farms of Jefferson, Georgia. In second place, entry number 186, DSLR STCC Judgment 95K, exhibited by Treneful Farms and Cook Simmentals of Middletown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 184, Circle T Farm. In fourth place, entry number 223, Payson Collins. Your Class 23 results. In first place, entry number 188, Horseman Malone 233K, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company of West Lafayette, Indiana. In second place, entry number 191, VEHS Slim Shady, exhibited by Drew Verslage. In third place, entry number 190, Lane Reiser. Your Division I champion goes to entry number 183, Mr. CCF Saddle Up, exhibited by CNC Farms of Jefferson, Georgia. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 186, DSLR STCC Judgment 95K, exhibited by Trenopole Farms and Cook Simmentals of Middletown, Indiana.
In our January, February division, once again, a really nice trio of heifers as we get our class winners and our second back out here. And as we evaluate these, I think, you know, in terms of overall show ring appeal and balance and look and putting the most things together, I think there's a pretty clear-cut division winner in this division. That'll be our February, out of our February class. She's our division winner. Our other class winner will be reserved. Congratulations.
Results of Class 15 of your Kiangus females. In first place, entry number 26, Hig Allure 107J, exhibited by Rob Oakley. Class 16 results. In first place, entry number 29, Sexy Quijones RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson. In second place, entry number 27, WVW Miss J. Vanka, exhibited by Kendall Harper. Your champion junior yearling female goes to entry number 26, Hig Allure 107J, exhibited by Rob Oakley. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 29, Sexy Quijones RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson.
Nice class of bulls on over here on the purebred side, and again, I think a bull that wins the class that has a lot of quality. Again, and when you talk about body and depth and rib shape, I certainly like that about him. He's a bull that's certainly thick-ended enough. Maybe like to change him just a little bit up through his shoulder to make him ideal. But again, I think a bull that gets out and moves adequately for us today, and I think just a nice place to start. Really like the bull that comes at you next in terms of his body shape and his design. He may have a little bit more true muscle than the bull that wins the class. Along with that, I think he's got a little boldness about his shoulder only in comparisons. But again, I think one that moves out relatively free and easy. The bull that comes in third, a little different kind and design, if you will. He does have a nice shoulder attachment to him. We'd like to just see him with some more body, some more middle, some more shape to him, give him more forerib and more flank to make him more competitive today. End up with another bull that, again, a lot of quality here, maybe a little shorter in terms of body length, but a bull that's got some body and some substance and some mass, maybe just a little flatter down through his stifle comparative to the ones that are above him, but a nice class.
really a nice pair of senior yearlings here, and I think, you know, tremendous in terms of quality with both of these heifers out here. And then the one that we chose to start with, hate to sound like a broken record, but as we talk structure and repeatedly talk structure all day, I think this one just gets out of her front end a little bit better. She's a little leaner up there through that front end. She's got a little more reach and flexibility as she gets out and goes, and maybe doesn't want to swing those front legs near as much as maybe our heifer in second. One, that you appreciate the overall body and mass and the udder development that she has. I think she just carries a little deeper back through that flank, and that might be due to that udder development that she has in comparison to our second heifer here. Second heifer here, I think in terms of smoothness and quality, she's sure good as well. I think one that you like the depth of body, you like the strength in her top and the way she is from her hooks to her pins. Like I said, maybe just a little further along in terms of condition. Doesn't get out and travel quite as well off that front end when you get over and watch her kind of come at you. A nice pair of senior yearlings there as well.
Well, here in your Simmental show, two good bulls, a really, really good bull to start off this class, and he's not acting the best out here, but read between the lines on that one. I think there's a lot of quality there. I think that bull's very good in his shoulder, very attractive up through his front 1/3. He's really long in terms of his spine. You know, he seems flexible and really loose-made as he goes about. Hopefully the next time he comes in here, he settles down a little bit, but I think that's a really, really high-quality individual. The bull that comes second to him is a bull that's really long-bodied. We'd like to make him a little softer right there in his pasterns, just loosen him up a little bit to help him get around the ring a little better. But that's a bull that's got a big top, a big hip, a really big stifle on him, so you really have to appreciate that. Two good bulls with a really, really good one to start off with.
Each year since 1978, the exhibitors at the ACA National Show select a Herdsman of the Year. Voted on by their peers, this award is presented to a person who exemplifies integrity, hard work, and is a true believer in the Kiangus breed. In 2010, the award was renamed the Keith Dusenberry Herdsman of the Year Award in memory of a well-respected, longtime herdsman for Rock and J Ranch in Nebraska who left the world far too soon and was the first recipient of the award back in 1978. This year, the 2022 ACA Herdsman of the Year Award goes to Jake Ruffing of HR Cattle. Jake got his start in the Kiangus breed more than 15 years ago with the purchase of genetics from Weingartner and Klingemann show cattle. Today, Jake and his family operate HR Cattle Company in Ohio. Their operations focus is to raise quality Kian Maine show heifers with a strong maternal focus. They host one online sale on Breeders' World each fall. Jake works for the Performance Livestock Analytics as a customer success specialist. Jake and his wife, Megan, along with her 18-month-old son, Aiden, reside in Bellevue, Ohio. Please help us congratulate Jake Ruffing, the 2022 ACA Herdsman of the Year. Jake, if you would like to please come to the backdrop for a photo, we would appreciate it.
Yet another nice division over here in the purebred side of the bull show, and two really high-quality bulls. And again, the bull that come out of the first class, we talked to him in terms of his body shape and his kind, in terms of his muscle and his thickness. Again, we commented about him being maybe a little bolder shoulder than he needs to be, only in comparisons with the bull that was second. But again, I think it's tidy, and he gets around the ring relatively free and easy, and really kind of a good bull with a tremendous future ahead of him. The bull that came out of the last class, and Barry commented on him, and really a nice calf. And here's one when he gets him parked, and he hadn't had a good trip here, and he was a little rambunctious, I guess, out there for class, but he settled down quite a little bit. This is a nice calf, and one that you sure appreciate him for the shoulder and the head and neck that he has on him. He's good in terms of his body. He's big-boned. He's big-footed. and one that's awfully nice. And if you'll go ahead and lead him on out here, he'll be your champion, followed by the young lady with reserve. Congratulations.
Your Class 24 and Purebred Simmental Bull results: in first place, entry number 196, Dream Big, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of New Lebanon, Ohio. In second place, entry number 195, Swain Goldfinger 205K, exhibited by Swain Select Simmentals of Louisville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 194, Riley Farms. In fourth place, entry number 193, Cole Wilcox. Your Class 25 results: in first place, entry number 197, TJSE Coping with Destiny 9K, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. In second place, entry number 225, Blaze, exhibited by Bryce Mulder of Dorr, Michigan. Your Division II Purebred Simmental Bull goes to entry number 197, TJSE Coping with Destiny 9K, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 196, Dream Big, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of New Lebanon, Ohio.
Gentleman brought a single entry September bull out here for us in the Simmental show. Really, bull is really long-sided individual. You have to appreciate him about that. He's really attractive up through that front 1/3. He's a bull that's really stout and square down his top and out through his hip. You know, ideally, comparing him to a few of the bulls we've used earlier today, maybe like to see just a little bolder rib cage as you view him coming out of the backside of his shoulder. But that's a very high-quality bull that gets out and goes very nice.
Over here on the Kiangus side, as we get ready to wrap up the day, I know Andrew's talked most of the classes, and those of you that know us probably thought that was a pretty good idea, and I'm okay with that. He gets it spelled out to you pretty good, but we're really excited to have been here on the 50th year in Louisville of the Kianine Association, and it's been an awfully good set of cattle. Hopefully, if we were to have Kiangus or Kianinas at home, they would look like the cattle that you guys have brought to us today. I mean, it's been just a tremendous set of cattle. They're sound, and I guess you guys know we put a lot of emphasis on soundness. You watched us watch them walk. We wanted some femininity. We still wanted body, and we still wanted some power and stuff down through their lower quarter and have some deep center body. Was really cool being able to judge on the opposite side of our good friends Donnie and Barry over there in the Simmental show. Kind of made it exciting to be here with them and stuff. So with that being said, let's congratulate the exhibitors out here. Congratulate the association. We've got family at home that are messing around in the snow, so we're probably going to wrap this up and head home because they've been taking care of it while we've been down here. Thanks to the association. Dustin, we've enjoyed it. Everybody that's helped us, it's been really good. We'll go out here and show you the two that we like best. This was a great show that we were honored to be able to do today. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for Scott and Andrew Foster of Niles, Michigan, today's Kianina judges. Thank you again. And your grand champion Kiangus female goes to entry number 24, BMW Ace 2 325J, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio. And your reserve grand champion Kiangus female goes to entry number 19, DAJS Diana 124, exhibited by Baron Strobe. Congratulations, Kianing exhibitors, on another terrific show here at the 2022 North American. And congratulations to your 2022 ACA National Show Premier Breeder and Exhibitor goes to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations.
Another nice class of bulls over here on the purebred side, and a lot of power within these bulls, and obviously some differences in their kind and design, but I think when it comes down to Barry and I's decision, we went with correctness and structure and soundness, and that's where the bull that wins the class excels. He's not the thickest one within this particular class, and I'll give you that, but he's a bull that certainly you like him in terms of his body shape and his kind. You like him up through his neck and down through his head and through that shoulder. And where he really excels is when you get him out and ask him to go and set him in motion. Takes a long stride, very fluid in his movement. Love a lot of things about the bull that's in second, and as Barry mentioned earlier, if you're looking for the thickest one out here, well, look no further than this one, because he's just got a tremendous amount of muscle. We like him for that. We appreciate him for that. We like his body shape and his kind. He's probably not as long as the class winner in terms of his spine length, but where we're critical of him just a little bit, he's a little steep about his shoulder, which restricts him as he gets out and travels off of his front end. We just like to free him up just a little bitty bit. The bull that comes in third, here's not a bad bull at all. Here's one that certainly has a nice look. You like him out through his shoulder and through his front end. A bull that certainly has some body and some substance about him. Maybe not as thick-ended as the two bulls that are in front of him, but again, a really nice bull to end the class with. Congratulations.
Single entry bull here, October 2-year-old bull. Bullet's very long in terms of his body. He's very attractive up through his front 1/3. We like that about him. And you study his underline, that bull balances up really, really nice. He's just a really solid bull. He pushes just a little shoulder as we get back and view him on a 3/4 angle. We'd like to tuck that shoulder in ever so slightly, but that's a bull that's got some power, got some width and dimension, and does it in a really long-sided, attractive package. So congratulations to you on a single entry.
Another nice class of bulls on the purebred side, and again, two, I think, high-quality individuals that offer you a lot in terms of breed production. And the calf that wins the class, we just love his body. We love his mass, his thickness. He's fairly clean about his shoulder, a bull that's good and square down through his top, and probably has a little advantage in terms of how he's made out through his hip and back through his hind leg. If we were to be critical on him only in comparisons, and I hate that term, but we'd probably like to see him reach just a little bit better in terms of his movement. But again, I think it's adequate, but maybe he's just a little straighter about his shoulder than need be, but a nice bull. Bull that comes out the class, nice set of math on this bull. You really like that part of him. You like his body, his depth, his true spring that he has to his rib. He's a little wastier maybe through that sheath, and not quite as good from his hooks to pins, and he opens up just a little bit from right behind his shoulders. But again, a nice bull with a tremendous set of math to him. Good class. Again, in this division, a nice trio of bulls out here, and your two first place bulls vying for your champions are both really nice bulls. And the young lady's bull that wins the first class, she didn't have any competition, so we really didn't discuss her a whole lot. But this is a nice calf. Tremendous in terms of the shape he has to his rib. Again, a bull that has got a nice shoulder about him. Yeah, he's a little wastier about his brisket, and you might like to see him handle himself just a little bit back through that rump and square him up a little bit from hooks to pins, but a nice calf. The bull that comes out of the next class is, again, from the side view profile. You certainly have to like this bull a lot. You love his lines. You love his completeness and his balance. Really nice in terms of how he's made through his head and neck. Very square and true and correct out his hip, and a bull that's got some muscle. And then the bull that was second behind him, again, we talked to him in terms of loved his body depth and his true spring that he had to his rib. Maybe not the hip that you see in the bull that preceded him in that particular class. Maybe a little more opened up about his shoulder, and I hate to be critical at times, but that's where we fought that bull in class. But for us, it's kind of stick with the basis. We're going to use the two that came out of that last class to win this division. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Last call, Micah Malone to the Makeup Arena. Last call, Micah Malone. First and second call, Class 3 and 4, Maine and Jews. Once again, second call, Class 3 and Class 4, Maine and Jews to the makeup arena. Your Class 28 purebred Simmental bull results: in first place, entry number 208, R.J. Bankroll, 10H, exhibited by Diana Dustin of Bellevue, Florida. Your Class 29 results: in first place, and also your Division 5 champion, goes to entry number 211, GPG Royalty, 219H, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Your second place and Division 5 reserve champion goes to entry number 210, JS Keepin' It 90, 39H, exhibited by XTB Cattle Company, JS Simmentals, and Fenton Farms and Elmore Cattle Services of Prairie City, Iowa. First call, Class 30, 31, and 32 purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 30, 31, and 32 purebred Simmental heifers to the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 3 and 4 Maine and Jew females. Third and final call, Class 3 and 4 Maine and Jew females.
Well, what a good line of bulls, and again, as we've worked through the cattle today, and just very impressed, I guess, with the quality that we've seen, and I hope you around ringside appreciate just the goodness of these cattle and what they have and can offer, and you know, there's always give and take, and in this part of our business, and I don't think you can ever find one that just puts all the pieces together without something that you would change about them. But I will tell you that from our vantage point down here, these are just good cattle that certainly deserve to be at the North American, and certainly deserve a little attention and look as they get older and start producing some semen, because there's some really nice calves out here. Again, we've talked about body and depth and capacity and muscle and stoutness, and I think most of these bulls in this particular lineup, as well as the seconds within their divisions, represent those terms quite well. There's two or three of them out here, I guess, in this line over here on our side that certainly are in contention, and I guess contenders in our opinion, and just a nice assortment of bulls that I think have a world to offer to your breed, and as you move forward. So with that, I'll go show you the one we like the best, and we'll let Barry find you a second. But congratulations to all you exhibitors.
And your grand champion purebred Simmental bull goes to entry number 211, GPG Royalty 219H, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Your reserve grand champion purebred Simmental bull goes to entry number 197, TJSC Coping with Destiny 9K, exhibited by Jones Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. Second call, Class 30, 31 and 32, purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 30, 31 and 32, purebred Simmental females.
We get things kicked off out here in our main show this afternoon with a nice pair. We got an April and a May heifer calf out here. Just to be quite frank, the young lady's white-legged heifer needs to win this class just because she's cooperating better. Sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. Good heifer, though. I mean, I like the skeleton in this female. She's good-bodied. She balances extremely well out here today. She maybe doesn't set down perfect in those ankles on the move, but I still think that her structure is more than functional. The heifer that lands in second, I think there's some really good pieces in her. I think she's a little more tucked up there in her chest, and I like the extension she has through her front 1/3. When they fight like that, it's hard to tell if they balance correctly, and that heifer just maybe doesn't want to get out and move quite as well as that one that wins. But, no fault of her own. She'll have better days ahead of her. Let's go ahead and give them two a hand.
In the final standings of your PTP Ring of Champions in your purebred Simmental heifers, your Simmental purebred show heifer of the year goes to GBC XTB Hazel HO3, owned by Elmore Cattle Services, XTB Cattle Company, and Pepper Elmore. Your reserve show heifer of the year goes to LKCC Miss Christiel's Remedy 44J, exhibited by Morgan Jackson. Your honorable mention show heifer of the year goes to TJSC Knockout 401H, owned and exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Brian Searson, and Montana Holzmeyer. Your purebred Simmental Show Bull of the Year goes to OBCC Goose, GB17, owned by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. Your Reserve Show Bull of the Year goes to Rocking P Private Stock, H10, owned by Rocking P, Circle M, Red River Farms, Toll Show Cattle, and Griswold Cattle. Your Honorable Mention Show Bull of the Year goes to Ignition, owned by Tricia Nexzipo & Co. and Genetics Plus. Once again, would all purebred Simmental Ring of Champion Award winners please come to the picture backdrop. Third and final call in Class 30, 31 and 32 purebred Simmental females, Class 30, 31 and 32 purebred Simmental females to the makeup arena.
So we get out here in this March class of these main heifer calves. We've got a really nice pair, guys. But with that being said, the young lady's heifer that we're going to use to win the class, I think she's outstanding. Today she's probably got just a little more size and scale to go along with that. But when you break them down and you study them for what they're good at, that heifer's skeleton is extremely genuine. And I didn't expect her to be quite as wide-chested and wide-based as she was when I got up there in front of her and behind her. But I think that's what really sets her apart from that heifer there in second. I love the squareness in her knee. I like the squareness in her hock. And I think there's a really good foundation in that female to be very competitive on down the road. This heifer in second has a very maternal look. I actually prefer her head shape. I know she's not quite as neat up there through her neck as that heifer that wins, but I do like the head shape on that heifer. She too's a very bold made female, especially right there in the center portion of her rib cage. Compared to that one that we used to win, she's maybe not quite as soft in terms of her rear rib yet, and she's maybe just a little rawer in her bone work and just a little more closed up there in her front knee. But really good set of heifer calves there.
First call, Class 5 and 6 man and Jew females. First call, Class 5 and 6 man and Jew yearling females. At this time, we'd also like to introduce our main show judge, Mr. Dustin Frank. Dustin lives in Chapel, Nebraska, and owns and operates Frank Cattle and Genetics with his wife, Kendra, and son, Jesse. Dustin has a focus on raising purebred Angus, Red Angus, and Charolais females, and they host a bull sale in February and female sale in November. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Dustin Frank to the North American. Results of your main and Jew show. Your Class 1 winner goes to entry number 3, JST Hillary, 428K, owned by Michaela Malone of Cynthia, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 2, Weiss Almy 10F, exhibited by Dustin Font of Medill, Oklahoma. Your Class 2 results. In first place, entry number 9, JBT Daddy's Girl, 50K, owned by Callie Baldwin of Winchester, Indiana. In second place, entry number 7, MCCF Kimura, exhibited by Mason Jolliffe of Kenton, Ohio.
So we get these heifer calves back out here for this first division. Pretty small in terms of numbers, but a lot of quality out here amongst these three individuals, and even that heifer that was on the fight there in the first class. I think there's still lots of quality in her. She just needs a little time to come around and get her attitude right. But with that being said, young lady's heifer out of that second class. She's just outstanding. You know, I talked about her skeleton there, and that was the reason she won that particular class. But I think it goes a lot further than that. There's an extreme amount of quality in that female, and I think she's got a very exciting future ahead of her. She's going to be your champion in this division. I think that selection for reserve gets pretty tight amongst these two heifers, and I think that's where the real decision is to be made out here in this division. When you get right down to it, though, I think there's one that's maybe just a little more my kind, and young man's heifer that was second in that second class, I just like her maternal look. I know she needs to be squared up there in her knee, but I'm going to keep those two heifers together out of that second class. I really like the maternal look in this female.
And your champion Division 1 Man and Jew Junior Heifer calf goes to entry number 9, JBT Danny's Girl 50K, owned by Callie Baldwin of Winchester, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 7, MCCF Kimura, exhibited by Mason Jolliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Second call, Class 6, Man and Jew females. Second call, Class 6, Man and Jew females. Third and final call, Class 30, 31 and 32, purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 30, 31 and 32, purebred Simmental females.
We've got an outstanding class here of these February heifers, and you know, the heifer I'm going to use to win, she's maybe just a little more advanced looking in her maturity. So that definitely lends to her favor in this class today. But make no mistake about it, her skeleton is the reason she wins the class. I think compared to that heifer in second, she's just a little more correct in the way she lays in her spine, and she probably just handles her rear leg with a little more comfort and stability on the go. You know, I guess maybe she's not as sweet-chested or as sweet-necked as that heifer that comes in second, and I sure enough really like the body shape in that heifer behind her as well. But on the move today, that heifer wants to roll up in her spine a little. She's probably just not quite as durable in the way that she's built in her feet and down low there at the ground. But loads of quality in them two cattle. I think the skeleton in that heifer that wins is exceptional. Young lady, you ran into a tough class. There's no need to be discouraged out here today. Your little heifer's got plenty of future to her as well. Today, she's just not quite as ready as those two there at the top end, but no shame in being third behind them.
Results of class number 3 in your main and Jew female show. In first place and also your Division II champion goes to entry number 75, MCCF MWF Cami, exhibited by Braxton Riedel of Franklin, Indiana. In second place and also your reserve champion goes to entry number 13, JBT Daddy's Princess 100K, exhibited by Aubrey Neal of Osgood, Indiana. In third place, entry number 16, HLA Charlotte K203, exhibited by Hard Luck Acres of Thornville, Ohio.
Well, as we get started in the female portion of the purebred show, and really a nice set of cow-calf pairs to get started with, and obviously some differences in their kind and design, but you know, I guess the good news is they're doing what God put them on the earth to do, and that's to raise nice calves, and these are two nice calves that they're nursing.
Obviously, udder quality is a little bit different on both cows, but they're both got a lot to offer, I think, in terms of rib shape and boldness. The cow that's on this end, we probably like her rib just a little bit better than the cow that's standing right behind her. We like her outer hip and back through her hind leg. We'd like to free her up in terms of her skeleton just a little bit. And we'd probably like to clean her udder up just a little bit as well to make her ideal. The cow right behind her, really a nice cow in terms of her udder, and she has the best udder of the two. Again, nice bull calf on her side. She's a little plainer about her appearance, a little not quite as good and tidy in terms of her rump and from her hooks to pins. And I think for us, we like both calves probably equally. We're going to use the cow on this end to be your champion pair and follow her with the cow right behind her for reserve. Congratulations.
First call, class 33 and 34 purebred Simmental females. First call, class 33 and 34 purebred Simmental females.
We get into an outstanding class of these bred heifers out here, guys, and young man's heifer that's going to win the class, in my mind, does so pretty handedly. And I don't want to sell short the quality that we have standing out here in front of us, because I think all three of these cattle are really, really good. And you know, there's some things that I love about the heifers in second and third. And I think the unique thing about the young man's heifer that wins the class is he puts it all together. You know, that heifer has all the pieces that I like in them other two. She's bold, she's good looking, and she's sound. And there's not much more that needs to be said about that one. She's in a league of her own. Young man's heifer in second. You know, out here on the standstill, she's the one that balances like the heifer that wins. She's tucked up nice in her chest. She's got a beautiful head on her and a beautiful neck shape. She's really big ribbed and bold in the way that she's made there in her forerib. And I think that's the advantage that she has over the young lady's heifer there in third, is just that extra body shape, that extra mass, and that extra squareness down low. Now, maybe she's a little more open and round in her shoulder, and I think that's where that heifer in third does hold the advantage. That one's extremely flexible in her skeleton. But compared to them two heifers above her, she's just a little flatter and a little tighter in her rib shape.
Results of Class 4 in your main Anjou female show. In first place and also your champion summer heifer goes to entry number 26, BBRJ of 47J, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion Division 3 heifer goes to entry number 25, BBR Junebug 125J, exhibited by Wyatt Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 24, Jamie Hoblin. All main Anjou bulls, Class 7, 8, 9, and 10 to the makeup arena. All main Anjou bulls, Class 7, 8, 9, and 10 to the makeup arena.
Really nice trio of females over here as we get started in the heifer portion of the purebred show, and really a nice calf to start with. she gives you that maternal look at an early age that we like. Heifer that's certainly good in terms of her muscle and her thickness. Again, you like her attractiveness up through her front end, and her front end lays to her, shoulder lays into her really, really nice, and she's just very free and honest in terms of her movement, really a nice female. A young lady's heifer coming in second is extremely exquisitely made up through her front end, and you like her neck that she has, you like the shape of her head, you like her body and her depth and her capacity. You like her out through her rump section, but maybe not as tidy right through her hooks to pins as the heifer that leads off the class. She may get just a little steeper about her shoulder than the class winner, but that's nitpicking on an awfully good one. That young lady's got a nice calf that has a lot of future ahead of her. As could be said about the young man's heifer coming in third, again, we like her body shape and her depth and spring she has to her rib. She's got enough muscle for us. We'd like to see her handle her hind leg just a little bit better. Maybe just clean her up ever so slightly up through her front 1/3, but again, a really nice trio of good quality females.
Once again, we've got an outstanding set of these March and April bred heifers out here, and I think freshness is what determines the top end of this deal. You get these two heifers out here that are probably just a little more maternal in their look compared to the two on the fence over there, and that's kind of the dividing line there. But when you compare these two heifers, I think there's a little more leanness in the heifer that's going to win the class today, and I think she's just a little more genuine in her broodiness. I think she's bolder there in her forerib. I think she's got more spring to her upper rib, and there's more base width in that heifer. And then on the travel, I think that she handles that hind leg with just a little more stability as well. Young man's heifer that's going to be second there, I love her look from the side. She looks like just a western Nebraska cow out there, just deep-bodied, feminine in terms of her features, and just balanced extremely well. Like I said, you compare her to that heifer that wins the class, she's just not as opened up. She's maybe got a little more chest to her. She's a little narrower in the way that she's built, and I just don't know that she's nearly as genuine as that heifer that wins the class. Heifer that comes in third is just a big old brute. I mean, there's a ton of bone and power in that female. Of course, it comes at a cost. She's just a little coarser in the way that she's made, and she don't get out and move quite as well as them two heifers on up ahead of her. And then we round things out with another very high-quality female here. Once again, she's got a ton of stoutness to her, and that almost works to her disadvantage because she's just maybe a little too open in her shoulder, a little too tight and roached there in her spine, and doesn't want to get out and move quite as comfortably as those other cattle.
Third and final call, class 33 and 34, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, class 33 and 34, Simmental females.
Well, here in the Simmental ring, two heifers, but two heifers that are very competitive and very similar in their type and kind. Donnie and I chose to use the gentleman's heifer up top here. We think she ties just a little bit higher out of the top side of that shoulder. We think she's a little fuller in her rib cage coming out of her shoulder and carries that all the way back into her flank just a little bit better than our second place heifer does. We like this heifer. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes very, very nicely. The heifer that comes second, like I stated, I think our class winner is just a little bigger and bolder in terms of her rib cage. I think she's a little more flexible, actually, on both ends. But those are two really high-quality females they brought to us in that class.
First call, class 35, purebred Simmental females. First call, class 35, Simmental females. Results of Class 5 at your main and Jew heifer show. In first place, entry number 28, BBR Alley 262J, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Armington, Illinois. In second place, entry number 35, Vivian Money in the Bank 13, exhibited by TJ Gecke of State Center, Iowa. In third place, entry number 31, Colin Federke. In fourth place, entry number 29, Raymond Beneker. Second call, class 35, purebred Simmental females. Second call, class 35, purebred Simmental females. Second call, all main and Jew bulls. Second call, all main and Jew bulls in class 7, 8, 9, and 10.
We've got total opposite ends of the spectrum out here in these two females here in this February class. And, you know, I think there's loads of quality in both of them. But the young lady's white-legged heifer that's going to win, she's just more my speed. I do prefer that she is a little more moderate in her frame size. She's a little softer and more maternal in the sweep to that rib. They've got her presented impeccably out here today. And her balance here from the side is very unique. There's a lot of good in that heifer. I like her a bunch. The heifer that comes in second there is definitely high performing. I love the extension in her. I like the length of body. You have to appreciate the performance that she offers. For me, she's just maybe a little more closed up underneath, maybe doesn't have quite the same sweep to her body or quite the same balance that we get in that heifer that wins the class. But nonetheless, two good females out here that are great structured.
Third and final call, class 35, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, class 35, purebred Simmental females. Results of Class 6 Deer Main and Juice Show. In first place, entry number 39, TREB Miss Jasper 7130J, exhibited by Weston Grauer of Shiloh, Ohio. In second place, entry number 40, TTTS Miss CC 31J, exhibited by Kobe Ishmael of Boswell, Indiana. Class 34 purebred Simmental females, you should be in the makeup arena. Once again, Class 34 purebred Simmental females to the makeup arena immediately.
We get these first and second places back out here for this division selection. You know, things come together really nicely. You know, both these class winners are outstanding females in their own right, and I think they have a bunch of use and practicality outside of the show ring. They're both great-bodied, good structured cattle that are fresh and feminine in the way that they're constructed up through their front ends. And you know, I think there's some minor details amongst the two of them that you know, you could go either way. You know, some will prefer the really outstanding look in the white-legged female. She's so beautiful up there through her front end and her shoulder and her head, and she draws back into an awesome body shape. And once again, she just gets out here and glides on the move. You know, for some, she might be just a little more on the moderate side and a little more on the small side. You know, I made mention that was part of the reason I liked her when I used her to win the class. And then this heifer that come out of that first class, she's an absolute beast. You know, it's hard to make them that wide and that genuine and that correct in terms of their skeletal width and mass, and still keep them functional and correct in terms of their structure. So I admire those things about both of those females. You know, I guess at the end of the day, I think it's hard to make them that stout and that sound. Young lady with the black heifer is going to be your champion. Young lady with the white-legged one, you'll be reserved.
Another nice class on the purebred side of the Simmental ring, and again, three heifers really nice. These top three heifers certainly have a lot of quality. They're good looking. They're just good, solid cattle, I guess, in our opinion. We like the body and the mass and the heifer that wins the class. We just think she's probably the stoutest and gives you the most power of the two that are behind her. Again, you like her through her front end. She's very sleek in her design and in really good rig for today. And she gets out and travels quite nicely off of both ends of her skeleton, and one that that we just think kind of overpowers the rest of them in terms of just stoutness. Really a nice kind of a female. The gentleman's heifer in second, and he's drug out a lot of good cattle today, and they're mainly kind of peas in the pod. Good female. Love her boldness of rib shape, love her down through her top. She's tidier and nicer in terms of how she's made from her hooks to pins in comparisons with the heifer that's in third. We just like to maybe see just a little bit more heifer in her only comparisons with the class winner. Good heifer coming in third, and this one kind of hits you pretty hard when she first walked in. Again, you like her boldness of rib shape and her kind. She's big-footed, she's big-boned. She gets up in her top just a little bit, particularly on the move. We'd like to change how she's made from her hooks to pins and just level her out there through her hip. And she gets just a little tight in her flank as you watch her walk, but again, a nice female. Young lady's heifer coming in next. Again, you like her design and her kind. We'd like to just see her with some more rib shape, some more boldness, but she's beautifully presented up through that front 1/3, and she's nice in terms of her bone work and in terms of her structural integrity. As we get on down through the line, the last three females, again, just not the overall completeness, balance, eye appeal, symmetry, a lot of words that you could use to run with those powerful ones up on the top of this class, but nonetheless, our congratulations to these exhibitors on bringing a nice set of cattle, particularly in this class. Thank you.
Results of your man and Jew show your Division 4 champion. Junior heifer goes to entry number 28. BBR Alley 262J, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Armington, Illinois. Your reserve Division 4 champion goes to entry number 39. TREB Miss Jasper 7130, exhibited by Weston Grauer of Shiloh, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your grand champion, Maine and Jew heifer. Third and final call, all Maine and Jew bulls to the makeup arena. Third and final call, all Maine and Jew bulls to the makeup arena. This includes Class 7, 8, 9, and 10. First call, all maintainer bulls, Class 11, 12, 13, and 14. Once again, first call, all maintainer bulls, Class 11, 12, 13, and 14.
So we get all these division winners back out here. You know, things have shaped up really nice over here on the Maine and Jew side. We didn't have a lot of numbers, but this is as good of a high main show as I've ever seen, all the way from the calf divisions up to those big breds down there at the end. And you know, once again, the quality's been exquisite. You guys have these cattle presented extremely well, and I think that you know, it's important to make note that these Maine and Jews are really headed in the right direction. We talk about it at home, you know, fairly frequently, and there's a lot of good in this breed, and there's a lot that this breed has to offer to real world production, you know, past the show ring. And I wish there was more people in the seats that could see these cattle and see how functionally that they are constructed, and see the value that they bring to beef production, because there's a lot of good. And my hat's off to you guys that are breeding these things and getting the genetics in place to have a very productive and functional herd book. You know, I don't have much to say about each of these class winners. We've talked about them all here this afternoon individually, but in my mind, there's one female out here that's as good as you can make them. And there's one female out here that, regardless of breed, has a great deal of function and use past the show ring. Young man with the white-bellied heifer is going to be your champion.
Really a nice division, and I've probably sound like a broken record to you, but again, I believe in being positive, and it's been pretty easy, I guess, today to be positive on this set of cattle, because these are all really, really nice cattle. And at the end of the day, and you've heard me say it before, to me, that's kind of what it's about. just going out and finding the quality within these classes, and certainly these 6 individuals I think are very, very high quality. As I've said earlier throughout the day, you can switch them around however you would like, and in terms of what appeals to you. We all see cattle somewhat differently, but we just have tried to stick with basics today and just fundamental traits, and I think these 6 heifers represent that pretty well. The heifer out of the first class, I just really like a lot, and I think there's a lot of future in this one. I love her body shape. I love the size that she's in today. I really admire her for her front end that she has in her. I love that head, neck, and shoulder. She's certainly thick-ended enough, I think, at this age, and one that is ultra sound as she gets out and travels. So that's one that I think is certainly a contender within this division. Gentleman's heifer coming in next. Again, we liked her in that particular class. We just found her to be the most fault-free in her kind. Again, when you get her back out here, she doesn't disappoint you. You like her body depth and her capacity. You like her through her front end. You like her out her hip, back through her hind leg, and maybe not as much heifer on as the heifers on each end of her. But here's a really good one. We ended up that class or this division again with another nice female that shows you body, rib shape, thickness, muscling, along with structural integrity and correctness. And so 3 really good females vying for this championship in this division, along with 3 second placers over there that certainly have a world of future ahead of them. So with that, I congratulate this exhibitors. I'll go show you the one that I like the best.
Your grand champion main and Jew female goes to entry number 26, BBR Jaya 47J, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion main and Jew heifer goes to entry number 28, BBR Alley 262J, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Armington, Illinois. Congratulations, main and Jew female exhibitors. Once again, this is your 3rd and final call. Class 7, 8, 9, and 10 main and Jew bulls to the makeup arena immediately. Second call, all maintainer bulls. Class 11, 12, 13, and 14 to the makeup arena. Second call, all maintainer bulls. Second call, Class 36, purebred Simmental females. Second call, Class 36, purebred Simmental females. Your Class 30 results of your purebred Simmental cow-calf show. Your grand champion purebred pair went to entry number 215, Orchard Aces, exhibited by Your grand champion purebred pair went to entry number 215, exhibited by Orchard Acres of Brandon, Wisconsin. Your reserve grand champion purebred pair went to entry number 216, Payson Collins of Hillsboro, Ohio. Your Division 1 purebred Simmental female goes to entry number 7, Rocking P Built to Love, K67, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve champion Division 1 female goes to entry number 47, Rockin' P Black Cap, K16, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. First call, Class 37, purebred Simmental females. First call, Class 37, purebred Simmental females.
Well, again, a nice class of purebred Simmental heifers over here on your Simmental side. And for Donnie and I, a real logical place to start in this particular class. Gentleman brought out a heifer that's very, very striking when you get off and view her from the side. We like the way that neck comes out of the top of the shoulder. She's a female that's really big and bold in terms of her rib cage. Really like her from hooks to pins. She's really square and level and sits out wide in her pins. And when we get this one on motion, she's really fluid in terms of her movement. She gets out and goes really, really good. Very high quality heifer to start off with. Gets a little closer than between 2 and 3. We're going to use the young man's heifer here. I think just in terms of the maternal look she gives you from her shoulder forward, she just got that maternal angular look. She looks like a cow, and particularly in her lower rib cage, I think she excels the heifer that comes in third. She's a female that's really good out through her hip. She doesn't quite have the power that our class winner does. She's really nice built, just a really solid female to come second in this class. We like the heifer in third. She's attractive up through her front 1/3. Very powerful when you get behind her and view her from the rear. She's really wide in terms of her pin set. She's a female, like I stated. She don't have quite the boldness down in her lower rib cage, particularly back through her flank as we compare her to the 2 heifers above her in this class. The heifer that comes next is one that's also stout and powerfully built. She gets a little rounder in her hip. Her tail head wants to come up out of her a little bit when she gets into motion, but that's a really powerful, boldly constructed heifer. The heifer that comes next gets a little flatter in terms of her overall makeup, just a little rounder about her joints and just maybe a little coarser about her total overall skeleton and bone work. We conclude the class with 2 heifers just lack a little bit in quality, just a little bit of imbalance comparing them to the heifers earlier in the class.
Third and final call, Class 36, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 36, purebred Simmental females. Second call, Class 37, Simmental females. Second call, Class 37, Simmental females. Third and final call, all maintainer bulls. Third and final call, all maintainer bulls. Includes Class 11, 12, 13, and 14. Once again, all maintainer bulls to the makeup arena.
We've got an outstanding individual out here in this first class of main Anjou bulls. Just a lot of good in this bull. Very rugged in his design. He's got a great body shape in him for this age and the stage that we're at here. And the thing I like about him the best is he kind of supersedes the class already in terms of his testicular development. That's a really good-footed, good-balanced bull that's stouter than the rest of them as well. Just a very, very complete individual there. Young man's little bull that comes in behind him is the one that most closely follows him just in terms of eye appeal and balance. He too is stout and wide in the way that he's constructed. He's got a really nice neck attachment up there on his shoulder. He's just maybe not quite as comfortable in his movement compared to that bull that wins. He's a little rounder out of his hip, maybe a little tighter there in his rear hock. Young lady's bull that's going to round things out. I think there's better days ahead of this guy. Fundamentally, he's very correct. He's sound in terms of his structure. He's got some base width to him. He just needs to bloom in terms of his muscle and his rib shape. But a really great way to kick off this main bull show. Let's give them guys a hand.
Good class of purebreds, heifer that we're starting the class with, I guess for us is just kind of the combination of a lot of good traits. Again, you like her body, her depth, her spring to her ribs. She's tidy and collectively nice back through her hip and through her hind leg, and certainly has enough muscle, I guess, for us today. she's fairly sleek and attractive up through her front end, and one that we find to probably just be the soundest one out here. Like the big heifer that's coming in next, she's not really wanting to be out here today, and she just gets a little tense about her skeleton, in our opinion. Doesn't take a very long stride. She wants to get up in her top just a little bit, but that's one in terms of rib shape and boldness and length you certainly have to appreciate. Gentleman's heifer coming in next, again, really a nice female in terms of her body. Again, when you get up off of her, she's adequate in terms of her muscle. We'd like to change her the way she handles both ends of her skeleton just a little bitty bit in comparisons with the two front runners, but a good female. Nice female in third or in fourth here. Again, a female that shows you some body and some substance and some mass. Maybe not hooked together quite as nicely as the three above her in terms of how she's made through that hip and back through that hind leg, but she's got some body and she's very nice and attractive up through her front end. Young lady's heifer comes that ends up the class. Again, we like a lot of things about this heifer. Again, you like her rib shape, you like the female, how she's made through her hip. Maybe not the overall attractive one out here through her front 1/3. Maybe just a little choppier on the move. She wants to kind of lead with her knee just a little bit. We'd like to change the structure on her through her front end, but a good female. Nice class.
Your Class 7 results of your main and Jew Bulls. In first place, entry number 45, Mr. Buddy, owned by Natalie Derwester of Camp Point, Illinois. In second place, entry number 60, CHBB Black Knight, owned by Macy Banter of Eaton, Indiana. In third place, entry number 46, SHFR Fame K216, exhibited by Hard Luck Acres of Thornville, Ohio.
Working right through these purebred heifer calves, and again, for females that certainly have a lot of quality to them, and at the end of the day, when you just step back and look at them and analyze them for what they are, they're just good cattle, and just have a lot of good things, I think, to bring to the table. The heifer that wins the first class, beautiful in her presentation, one that striking and when you get her set up and gets her parked, and you like her body, you like the center portion of her rib shape that she shows you, you like her front end, she just shows you a lot of true balance and symmetry and completeness. Does all that on a nice, sound, and structurally correct kind of a package. Really a nice female that's right behind her again, and female that we talked in class. We like her lines. We like her down through her top, and that's probably where she beat the heifer on her other side. We just found her to be a little freer in terms of her movement, but again, one that gives you some body and depth and some capacity. Good out through her hip, back through her hind leg, pretty sound in her structure. So we'll go out and select your champion and reserve in this division, and once again, my congratulations to these exhibitors.
I didn't expect my toughest decision today to be here in the bull show, to be right honest. So far, you know, I think that these two bulls here at the top end of this class, they complement each other really well because they're totally different in their type. And if I could put the two bulls together, I think I'd have a perfect one. You know, the way it stands, I'm going to go ahead and use the bull that's a little further along in his maturity today, just because he's extra stout. I like the boldness of the forerib in this bull. I like the way that he ties in behind his shoulder a little better today, and I like the extra ruggedness that he has in terms of his feature. Now, with that being said, I think there are a few issues that come along with that. I'd probably like to change him in terms of his head shape and smooth him up there through that shoulder. But for as massive and stout as he is, he still handles it very well out here on the move, and I couldn't convince myself that he needed to be beat. Young lady's bull here in second, I think there's a tremendous amount of future in that guy. You know, from the side profile here, he gives you just an amazing look. I love the extension that he has up there from his shoulder ahead. I think he is better in terms of his head shape, and structurally, that guy's as smooth as you can make one. Today, he's just a little rawer in terms of his body shape, a little flatter in his forerib, and doesn't hook up quite right in behind his shoulder. Young man's bull that rounds things out. Just a very useful and functional type of a guy here. I like his athleticism. I just think that he's a little plainer than them two bulls ahead of him. Maybe doesn't give you quite the extra pizzazz or stoutness that we particularly find in that winner.
Your Division II champion in your purebred Simmental female show goes to entry number 70. JSOL TSSC Lady in Black, 2181K, exhibited by Tim Schaefer, Show Cattle, and Hadley Hendrickson. Your Division II reserve champion goes to entry number 88. CCS JS Summer, 1K, exhibited by JS Simmental and XTB Cattle of Prairie City, Iowa. And there's a correction in your catalog. Entry number 88 is your Division II Reserve champion. It was exhibited by JS Simmentals of Prairie City, Iowa.
Got an outstanding single entry over here in the bull show. You know, like I talked there before the female show about these main cattle having value outside of the show ring. I think this bull is a great representative of that theory. Good-footed, solid in the way that he's built in terms of his structure. He's extra stout and extra wide, but he does have that balance and that presence that you need to show him. Just a lot of quality in that guy. There's not much that I think would need to be changed on him. Just loads of quality.
Well, here on the Simmental side, there's three winter heifers here four, excuse me, that are really, really nice. This is a good class all the way through. And with that being said, a really good one on the top end. I think this is one of the heifers that kind of suits a lot of the things we've been doing today. And very feminine and maternal up through her front 1/3. Study her from the ground up. She's got a big old foot on her. Really like the angulation and the set she has to that knee and to that hock. And she's a heifer that has some volume and some capacity to her. So a really, really good place to start off this class. Really powerful heifer that comes next. This one here, just big, bold rib cage, and you get behind her, and she's really stout. Those pins sit out there really square and wide. I like that about her a lot. She's a heifer, you know, as you compare her to the class winner, she's not quite as attractive through that front 1/3. Her shoulder don't sit in quite as nicely as our class winner does, but that's a really powerful individual that goes second. We like the cow look of the heifer that comes third in this class. She's got a big old bold rib cage on her. Just has that nice moderate look that she's going to go on and make a cow. We'd like to free her up once we put her into movement, into motion on both ends. I think that would help her out, but we do appreciate the look she gives us. She sure looks like she's going to make a mama cow. We conclude with the red heifer. Gets just a little shallower in terms of her depth of rib, in terms of her depth of flank, but she's a heifer that's got some muscle and some dimension to her nonetheless.
First call, class 38 and 39 purebred Simmental females. First call, class 38 and 39 purebred Simmental females.
We get a single entry out here in our full blood division, and dang sure a good bull. You know, we don't get to see a lot of those at home, particularly, but you know, there's a lot of use for this guy. He's good in terms of his foot shape. He's very athletic in his movement, but I like the extra performance and power that comes with that. Very masculine in terms of his feature up there through his front end, and then just a great muscle shape all the way through. I think that's a very, very good representative of this full-blood division. I wish we had more of them to see.
Results of your main and Jew bull show at your Class 8 winner went to entry number 48, Why Not Kong 2K, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. In second place, entry number 47, MCCF Keno, exhibited by Candace Muir of Waynesfield, Ohio. In third place, entry number 49, MCCF Kool-Aid, exhibited by Candace Muir of Waynesfield, Ohio. Your Class 9 results. In first place, entry number 50, K&A Chester 50J, exhibited by Liz Livestock of Algona, Iowa. Your Class 10 results. In first place, entry number 42, FCF Redstone 6H, exhibited by Fancy Creek FM of Sherman, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the main and Jew ring is the selection of your grand champion main and Jew bull. Second call, Class 38 and 39 purebred Simmental females. Second call, Class 38 and 39. First call, Class 40, purebred Simmental females. First call, Class 40, purebred Simmental females.
As we get all these division winners back out here to select your champion bull over here in the main ring. Once again, just an outstanding set of bulls. There wasn't a big group of them here this morning or this afternoon, I guess. But I think the quality is dang sure there. You know, not just in these division winners, but even them bulls standing over there that were reserving their respective divisions. Just good cattle all the way through. That being said, though, guys, I think that there's one bull that hit me pretty hard when he come into the ring, and I think there's one out here that really suits me well, just in terms of the functionality over his form. Like I made mention there in his class, it's hard to make them stout like that and rugged and masculine in their build, but keep them functional and correct in terms of their structure. And a young lady here in front of me is going to have your champion bull. He does all those things really well. I think when it comes down to selecting this reserve bull out here, things get a little tighter. The full blood's really good. I like that bull pretty good, especially given his percentage and being a full blood. But in my mind, the decision comes down between these two bull calves here on my right. They're quite a bit different in their type and kind. I think there's some things I'd like to change about both of them. But at the end of the day, in class, I was probably a little more critical of this young lady's bull just in terms of his head shape and his shoulder. But when he comes back out here, I think that his power and his productivity needs to stay with our champion. She's going to be reserved.
And your grand champion maiden Jew bull goes to entry number 50, K&A Jester 50J, exhibited by List Livestock of Algonia, Iowa. Your reserve grand champion maiden Jew bull goes to entry number 48, Why Not Kong 2K, exhibited by Hannah Topmiller of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. First call, Class 15 and 16, maintainer females. First call, Class 15 and 16, maintainer females. Third and final call, Class 39, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 39. Your Class 36 results of your purebred Simmental female show: in first place, entry number 98, Bramlett's TSSC Dakota J180, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Seth Martin of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 97, STCC Serena's Time 177J, exhibited by Trenopole Farms and Elizabeth Bach of Middletown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 93, Swain Select Simmentals. In fourth place, entry number 101, Quentin Frederick.
really a nice class, and as I've said earlier, it's fun when you can say that and say it kind of all day long. And this is really a good class of females all the way through. And I'm not going to argue with you if you like a few of these differently than the way that we have them placed, but it's our opinion today, and we like the heifer that wins the class quite a little bit. Here's one that just shows you a tremendous amount of body and rib shape and just enough power and substance for us, one that's very sound and true and moves extremely well as she goes. And where she has a little advantage, I think, over a few of these is up through her front 1/3. She's a little longer about her neck, a little sleeker in her design. I think she just shows you more of a maternal cow look. Maybe a little closer placing in second and third, and here's two really, really powerfully constructed females. Like the heifer in second, I think she fits the heifer that wins the class a little bit more, like her body, like her depth, like her spring that she has to her rib. She's not quite as long in her neck. She has just a little bit more lower brisket maybe in comparisons with the heifer that wins the class. But that one, just in terms of body depth and capacity and natural muscle and width, certainly is an awfully good one. Really like the barrel and the body that the heifer in third gives you. Probably if you're looking for muscle from behind, she's the heaviest muscle within this class. To us today, she's a little shorter about her neck, a little straighter about her shoulder, and maybe not as a maternal look as the two above her have. But again, really a powerfully constructed female. Fourth place heifer really good as well, and again we've talked straightness and squareness of hip and straightness of lines down through her top, and she excels in those traits. Maybe not as good in terms of how she's made back through that hip and hind leg in comparisons with the three above her, but nonetheless I think a really nice kind of a female. We end up this class with a good heifer. This young man should be proud of what he's brought to the fair. Really like her in terms of her body depth and her capacity. She's not quite hitched together quite as nice through that hip, and we'd like to change the structure of her hind leg and change her soundness and her structural correctness a little bit. But again, a really, really nice heifer. Good class. Looking forward to seeing them all back out.
We get into this first class of these maintainer bull calves. Young man's bull that's going to win. He had his athleticism on full display there. I get to use corny dad jokes now, Lindsay. But all kidding aside, that's a really good bull. Good structured, great bodied. You know, he looks like the type of cattle that we breed back home. Smooth in terms of their joints, balanced well, and very easy fleshing. You know, I guess maybe you'd expect a mane to have just a little more muscle shape and a little more power. And if you wanted to be nitpicky on that bull, that might be what you'd have to say about him. But in my mind, I think there's enough there. And as that bull matures, he's always going to be sound and good-bodied and correctly made. And I'd sure like to see some daughters out of that bull. I think he's got a tremendous amount of future ahead of him. The bull in second there is just a little raw and green today, specifically compared to that class winner. I like the extension. I like the muscle shape and the length of body in that guy. He just needs to mellow out a little bit. I'd like to soften him up in terms of his rib shape and just give him a little easier flesh and look. Young lady's bull that rounds things out here. Good bull. He's just behind them other two right now. He don't quite have the same performance. He's kind of wanting to fight there on the lead a little bit too, and roaches up in his top line. Maybe doesn't give us the most athletic look yet. But once again, good set of maintainer bulls. Let's give them a hand.
Results of Class 37 in your purebred Simmental female show. In first place, entry number 104, J. Saul PCC Proud Mary, 1532J, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. In second place, entry number 110, WHF Summer 4J, exhibited by Ann Lawrence Allen and Wayward Hill Farm of Versailles, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 119, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Hogan Hendrickson. In fourth place, entry number 106, River Bluff Cattle Company. In fifth place, entry number 102, Addison Fennig.
Over on the purebred semi side, and four again, as we've mentioned throughout this day, four really high quality females, and just some small differences, I guess, in between the four, the way you look at them or from our vantage point. And the heifer that wins the first class, again, very striking, and from the side view profile, you like her lines, you like her straightness at top and back through her hip, you like her through her front end, through her head, neck, and shoulder. A female, again, that gives you adequate substance in terms of body depth and capacity. She's big boned, she's big footed, and one that's awfully good, and certainly one that has a bright future ahead of her. The black and white heifer, the white stocking female here that wins the last class, beautifully presented. Really love her body shape and her depth of rib and the power that she possesses. Again, we thought that she excelled in that particular class, particularly about her length through her front end, and she's fairly sleek through her shoulder, straight in her lines, good out her hip, very sound. The two heifers on the other side, again, good cattle that have a tremendous future ahead of them, in our opinion. And so it's kind of splitting hairs, and as I've said throughout the day, this is just our opinion today, and you stick with what you like and what brings you to the table. We're not going to disagree with you a whole lot. We're going to plead our case, I guess, because these are the kind that we like. I'll show you the ones that is going to win. We'll have Barry go pick your reserve. Congratulations.
Your Division III Purebred Simmental champion goes to entry number 104, J. Saul PCC Proud Mary, 1532J, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 110, WHF Summer 4J, exhibited by Ann Lawrence Allen and Wayward Hill Farms of Versailles, Kentucky. Second call, Class 40, Purebred Simmental females. Second call, Class 40, Purebred Simmental females. This is your first call, Class 41 and 42, Purebred Simmental females. First call, Class 41 and 42, Purebred Simmental females.
We've got outstanding quality in front of us out here in these two winter-born maintainer bulls. And, you know, it really comes down to that hip and hind leg structure in my mind between the pair. You know, they're both really good-looking, correctly balanced type cattle. You know, the bull that I'm going to use to win the class is just set square in his pin set. He's more secure in the way that he's constructed there in his hock, and I really like the way that bull gets out on the move. Now, when you compare the two of them, back and forth, you know, that bull gives up about a month of maturity to the blue roan bull, and that can skew the results a little bit here in these younger cattle, especially. There is probably just a little more width and dimension in this guy, but I think when you compare him to that class winner, he's just a little rounder out of his hip and maybe just not quite as secure in the way that he sets down on his hind leg. We've got a great deal of performance out here in this fall born bull here, this fall yearling bull that the young lady brought to town. I love the length. I like the growth. I like the muscle shape in that guy. You know, he's just a little body shape away from being perfect balance too. He's got a nice look up there through that front end, and he sets up correct in his hip and hind leg. He just needs to be a little bigger bodied and a little bolder ribbed for me. But outside of a little rib shape, there's a lot of good in that bull. I really like his masculinity and his ruggedness to go along with it.
Second call, Class 16, maintainer females. Second call, Class 16, maintainer females to the makeup arena.
Well, another nice class of Simmentals over here, and we think a logical place to start in this particular class. A female that's really angular, really maternal in her overall look that she gives us out here today, and yet to be that angular and maternal looking, she's got some width and dimension about her. We put her into motion. I think she excels the rest of the class just in terms of movement. I think she gets around the ring the most free and easy compared to anything within this class. We think it's a very good place to start. Gets closer from there back. I think both of these next two heifers push a little more chest for us, but this one here in second, we like her from her shoulders back. We like the rib cage that she has. She's really level from hooks to pins. We like that about her. We put this heifer into motion. She gets out and goes relatively good. We'd like to tweak her just a little bit off her front too, how she goes about the ring, but a really deep, cowy kind of female coming in second. As is the heifer that comes in third. She's another one. We love her rib cage. She's just got a cow look about her. We'd like to clean her up right between her front legs a little bit in that brisket area. But she's one that's just big and bold in her rib cage, and we really like that about her. She's one that gets out and goes relatively nicely as well here today. The heifer that comes next is one, she's a female that's sure stout in her overall makeup. She's really good down her top. She's really level out through her hip. She's not quite as maternal in terms of her look through her front 1/3 as we compare her to the 3 cattle ahead of her today, but a high quality heifer nonetheless. Then the young man's heifer we conclude with, she's one that also gives us that cow look, but we'd like to change the way she moves off her hind to maybe see her just a little deeper right there in her flank as we compare her to her counterparts here today.
Got another outstanding individual here in the Maintainer Bull Show. Just really my speed in terms of body shape, hoof shape, structure. He's the kind of bull that I'd envision making some outstanding daughters on down the road. I love the looseness of his spine. I love the set to his rib and the boldness that he still possesses for being that athletic and sound. Just a load of quality in that bull.
Results of your Maintainer Bull Show of Class 11. In first place, entry number 3, BDCC AGRF RIP 138K, exhibited by Jason Hose of Boonesboro, Maryland. In second place, entry number 4, CFBC Tank, exhibited by Brittany Conkey of Hicksville, Ohio. In third place, entry number 2, Brittany Conkey. Your Class 12 results. In first place, entry number 5, Dunk Francisco 201K, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. In second place, entry number 8, BKUI Fast Track, exhibited by BK Cattle Company of Zeeland, Michigan. Your Class 13 winner went to entry number 10, CFBC Mr. Titan, exhibited by Brittany Conkey of Hicksville, Ohio. Your Class 14 winner went to entry number 11, Men Moving Forward 180J, exhibited by Jason D. Minert and J.S. Simmentals of Atkinson, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the main and jewel ring is a selection of your Grand Champion Maintainer Bull. Your Class 38 purebred Simmental female results. Your class winner and also your Division 4 champion goes to entry number 135, J-Saw Relentless Mary 1166J, exhibited by Sabi Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma. Your reserve Division 4 female and second in place in Class 38 goes to entry number 124, LAA LJR Miss Caracas 100J, exhibited by Addison Barlow of Monticello, Illinois. In third place, entry number 128, Swain Select Simmentals. In fourth place, entry number 122, Holly Marsh. In fifth place, entry number 132, Reed Barker. Third and final call, Class 40, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 40. Second call, class 41 and 42, purebred Simmental females. Second call, class 41 and 42. First call, class 43, purebred Simmental females. First call, class 43, Simmental females.
So we get this group of maintainer bull show division winners back together out here. Once again, just blown away with the quality of the cattle from top to bottom. These cattle are they're really good. I'd venture to bet that some of these bulls out here probably fit into that new main Angus division, and I think that's a really exciting avenue for main Anjou breeders to continue to crossbreed these cattle, but keep maternal focus. And I guess I can see that pretty evidently out here. There's a lot of these bulls that look like they're going to make some phenomenal daughters, just in terms of their rib shape, their hoof shape, their skeletal quality, and their outstanding eye appeal. With that being said, though, there's one individual that really hit me hard when he come into the ring, and I think that his maturity is in his favor today. But that's the unique thing about him, is for being a bigger, more mature bull, he's built so correctly and so flawlessly at the ground, and I just love his body shape and still his presence and his look here from the side. The big bull is going to be your champion.
Over on the purebred Simmental side is really a nice class, and again, as I've said throughout today, 3 high-quality females that certainly are contenders and not pretenders. They're all competitive. They've all got a lot of good things about them, and it's kind of splitting hairs a little bit on a few of these, but the cow that wins the class is just that, tremendous in terms of cow potential. You love her body, you love her rib shape. She has that extension up through her front end and that sleekness of shoulder that you like. I really like her outer hip and back through her hind legs. She's certainly got enough muscle for me, and I think where she really looks good is when she asks her to go and sets her in motion, just moves extremely well, very fluid, very athletic. A little closer placing, I think, in second and third. And again, as I said earlier, both are really, really good females. And the female that wins the class, I guess we kind of see her to be just a little tighter about her front end in terms of how her shoulder's made. Again, one that you like her neck and her head, you like her body, you like her depth, you like her spring that she has to her rib, and like her muscle. Maybe not the overall package in terms of completeness from nose to tail as the heifer that wins the class, but a good female. Young lady doing a tremendous job with this female, and here's one that you like in terms of her body depth and her capacity. Again, you like her outer hip and back through her hind leg. Maybe pushing just a little bit of brisket comparative to a few others today, but again, a very sound, fluid, moving female. Young lady's doing an awesome job with an awfully good female. What a good class of heifers that we've just seen. Thank you.
Third and final call, class 41 and 42, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, class 41 and 42, Simmental females to the makeup arena. Second call, class 43, Simmental females. Second call, class 43, Simmental females. This is your first call, all champion, a reserve champion, purebred Simmental females. First call, all champion, and reserve champion, purebred Simmental females to the makeup arena. Congratulations to your Grand Champion Maintainer Bull here at your 2022 North American entry number 11, Men Moving Forward 180J, exhibited by Jason D. Minert and J.S. Simmentals of Atkinson, Illinois. Your reserve Grand Champion Maintainer Bull goes to entry number 5, Dunk Francisco 201K, exhibited by Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne, Nebraska. First call in class 17 and 18 maintainer females. First call in class 17 and 18 maintainer females. Purebred Simmental female exhibitor entry number 218 and 193 to the makeup arena immediately. Once again, Purebred Simmental entry number 218 and 193 to the makeup arena immediately. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring.
Well, a really good class, and you've, I'm sure, tired of me saying this, but I've been so impressed with the quality that you've brought for everyone's approval today and appraisal, not just ours. And this class certainly would represent and echo those same statements that we've said all day. Really five tremendously good females that I'm sure leading up to this point and probably on through the rest of the remaining of their career will win some shows somewhere. And that's a congratulation, a tribute to you, the breeders of these exhibitors. But we really like this heifer that wins this class, and her angles are right in our opinion. We just love her through her shoulder and through her neck. She's got enough spring of rib and just total body for us, a female that's good out her hip. And when you ask this one to go and set her off in motion, she knows what she's supposed to do. She's very, very sound, very, very true about herself, and one that we like quite well. We like a lot of things about the second place heifer as well. She's probably a little thicker when you look at her from behind. Her neck to us doesn't come out quite as high as the heifer that wins the class. She's a little more bolder about her shoulder, maybe a little shorter about her neck. And we might like to just see her with just a little bit more lower 1/3 when we compare her with the heifer that wins the class. But again, I think two really high quality individuals that certainly deserve to be up on the top of this class. So congratulations to you both. Third place heifer is one that you really like, and in terms of her cow potential, she certainly got it. We like her boldness of rib shape. We like her design back through her hip and back through her hind leg. She may get just a little pigeon-toed for us up front. She's pushing just a nickel a brisket today, but again, I think a very powerful kind of constructed female. Heifer that comes in next, you like her body and her volume and her rib shape. You like her up through that shoulder. She's plenty big, I guess, for me today, but again, just in terms of the quality, she certainly has a tremendous amount of quality and goodness about her. Like the young lady's heifer coming in next that ends up the class, again, you like her squareness of hip, you like her lines, you like her body and her depth. Maybe just struggles just a little bit off of both ends of her skeleton in comparisons with the heifers that are above her. But again, just really, really a nice kind of a female. Super, super set of females, particularly the ones on the top end of this class, and I congratulate you all.
Third and final call, Class 43, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, Class 43. Your Class 40 results: in first place, entry number 181, WHF Delilah 450H, exhibited by Jordan Eggersman of Seymour, Indiana. In second place, entry number 222, 4B Miss Honeybutter 8J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. In third place, entry number 150, exhibited by Pepper Elmore and XTB Cattle and ECS of Wacomas, Oklahoma. In fourth place, entry number 146, Carter Hogue. And in fifth place, entry number 179, Morgan Jackson. Second call, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental females. Second call, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental females.
Well, here in your Simmental ring, three nice heifers in this particular class, and Donnie and I are real comfortable with this heifer we have up top. Just she's one where you get back off and view her from the side, and she gives you that nice look that we've been looking for all day. She's very attractive through that front 1/3. That shoulder sits in there very, very nicely. And if you look at her, she balances up really nice from her chest back through her underline and into her flank. She just balances up very, very good. And yet she's a heifer that's got some width and dimension when you get behind her and view her from behind. We ask her to go in motion, and I think she excels both the heifers that stand behind her in this particular lineup here today. The heifer that comes second, we like her moderation. We sure like that about her. She's a female that's good out through her hip. When we ask her to go, we'd like to change the way she moves about them front two, just free her up, loosen her up a little bit, and I think she'd be more competitive. We like the body and the kind of this one that comes here in 3. We'd like to lean her up a little bit. I think if we did that, I think her shoulder wouldn't push quite so much, and I think it'd allow her to get out and go just a little bit better. But if you like them stout and powerful with a big rib cage, you'll like that heifer that comes third in this particular class.
Your Class 41 purebred Simmental female results: in first place, entry number 218, BRB for JBSF Candy 112J, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 188, KMEM She's a Jewel 106J, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 220, Rylan Vaughn. Third and final call on champion and reserve champion, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call on champion and reserve champion, purebred Simmental females to the makeup arena. Second call, class 17 and 18 maintainer females. Second call, class 17 and 18 maintainer females.
Well, again, over on this side of the arena, on the purebred Simmental side, and again, just a really, really nice set of cattle all the way down through the bottom and end of this class. And we've got one on the front end here that's awfully good, and we really like her just from a lot of different reasons. And I'm not polished a lot in terms of a lot of verbiage and just gibberish, I guess, in terms of reasons, but I really like her body depth, her capacity. I love her through her top and back through that hip. I think she ties really, really nice and sweet through that shoulder, through that head, neck, and shoulder area. And again, I think where she looks just as good as when you get her out and set her in motion and ask her to go. She's just pleasant to watch, move around the ring, and that's so important, I guess, from our standpoint. So nice heifer. Congratulations, young lady. The black heifer coming in next, again, maybe a little closer placing from second and third in our opinion. I just like the swoop and the belly that this one shows you comparative to the heifer that's in third. Her neck doesn't tie in quite as high as the heifer that wins the class, but it's certainly not bad at all. I like her shoulder placement. I like her depth of body. Really, really a nice female, just maybe not the overall punch as you see in that one that wins the class. The red heifer, good female. Again, I like her through her shoulder, maybe just a tad bit better through her shoulder than the heifer that stands in front of her. I don't read her to be quite as deep in terms of her body shape, in terms of her rib shape, but certainly enough muscle and enough thickness. Maybe if we could just deepen her down back through her lower 1/3, she becomes more of an ideal piece, but a really, really good female, certainly a tremendous individual representing them here at the show. The black heifer coming at you next. Again, you like a lot of things about her. I like her down her top and back through her hip. She gets a little sucked up back through her 1/3 for me, that lower 1/3. We just like to see her just a little deeper in terms of that. She's got body. She's got rib shape. She just gives it up a little bit from her forerib back through her flank. We end up with a red heifer again that just hit a lot of really, really good heifers in this class, but there's one that has a lot of quality, straight down her lines, good top, good out of her hip, just not the body, the overall depth of rib, the depth of body and spring of rib that you see in those ones above her, but a good class. Congratulations.
In your Class 42 purebred Simmental female show, results are as follows. In first place, entry number 203, KC2 Miss Serena 74J, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 201, JSOL TSSC Rosie Leap 1000J, exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Aubrey Neal of Hagerstown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 197, Carleen Coulterman. In fourth place, entry number 217, Cameron Clapp. And in fifth place, entry number 196, Nicholas Wiley. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Division 5 champion, purebred Simmental female. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 maintainer females. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 maintainer females to the makeup arena.
Just phenomenal quality out here in this first class of maintainer heifer calves, and I think depending on where you place your preference, you could jumble them top three around about any way you wanted and justify it. Young ladies heifer I'm going to use to win today. I think that these top two are probably the most similar in their type and kind and their balance today. With that being said, though, I think the young lady's heifer that I'm going to use to win is just a notch stouter and squarer out of her hip. I think there's more true power and base width in that female. And I think the big advantage that both of these females have over the heifer in third is just having a more advanced body shape at this stage of their life. They're a little bolder and truer there in their forerib. They've got more upper rib shape in them today and just more dimension throughout. Now, the young man's heifer there in second, she is probably the most extreme in the sweep to the rear third of her body, and I think that's her advantage in the class. Much like our class winner, she's really unique and attractive up there through that front end, and she too can get out and move really well. Young lady's heifer there in third is the one that I think has a tremendous amount of future ahead of her. I love the athleticism of this heifer. She's extremely feminine. She just has a little later maturing look to her. Today, she's not there in terms of rib shape and body. She's not as bloomy as those other two heifers, but I think with time, that heifer could be as competitive as any of them. I really love the femininity and structural quality of that female. Heifer in fourth, she just falls out in terms of her hip set. She's a little rounder and steeper in the way that she's set from her hooks to her pins, and she's just not quite as comfortable in the way that she handles her hind leg. In a really tough class, it's those little nitpicky details that unfortunately have to sort them, but nonetheless, tons and tons of quality out here.
First call, Class 19 and 20, maintainer females. First call, Class 19 and 20, maintainer females.
Well, what a tremendous lineup in this particular division, and again, as I've said throughout today, I think you have to be positive when you get to this point, and certainly it's easy to do that from the vantage point that Barry and I have here. These are just good cattle, and again, they might not be totally what everybody's looking for today, but for us, they certainly appear that when this part of their career is over, they're going to make awfully good cows, and that's the most important part of it, in our opinion. And The heifer on the far end just really like this one in terms of her lines and her straightness of lines and her body and her substance. Really like her in terms of her bone work and the foot size that she has. That's an awfully good one. The one right behind her is one that certainly has a lot of qualities, extremely sound and true as she gets out and travels, and one that you like the swoop that she has to her belly, and you like the placement of her shoulder, and her lines are just perfect in our opinion. She's good jointed. She's just really, really good, and the term that everybody likes to use, just good looking. We like that one quite a little bit. The young man's heifer here next, really tremendous in terms of her body depth and her capacity. Again, you like her structure, you like her footwork, her bone work. Again, her neck comes out of her shoulder high with some authority. She's nicely presented up through her front 1/3. So she's really good as well. Then we end up with a really stout, powerfully constructed kind of a female again that you have to admire her for her body depth, her capacity. When you get behind her, she shows you some true spring to her rib. She's nicely made up through her shoulder, and one again that I think is awfully competitive. So really we've got 8 heifers out here. In our opinion, they're all extremely good. We'll show you the 2 that we like. It's going to be awfully interesting to see them back out here as they vie for your overall grand and reserve. But my congratulations to you. We have been kind of a quiet crowd today, and if you would please put your hands together and show this group a nice round of applause. They certainly deserve it.
Your Division 5 champion of your purebred Simmental females goes to entry number 203, KC2 Miss Serena 74J, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Your Division 5 Reserve champion goes to entry number 181, WHF Delilah 450H, exhibited by Jorgen Eggersman of Seymour, Indiana.
Over here in the main ring, we've got another set of these March-born heifer calves out here, and there's a little variation in terms of size and type out here amongst these 3. The one I'm going to go ahead and use to win, she's not perfect in her hip set, and that's where I'd like to modify her. I'd like to elevate her in her pins and square her up in that regard. But everything from there forward, I really like. She's awesome in terms of her body shape. I think she's appropriate in terms of her maturity today. She's very maternal looking up there through her front end, and by no means is she unfunctional in terms of her structure. It's more of an aesthetic issue in my opinion. Heifer there in second. She's got a really neat look to her. I appreciate the extra performance in her, and at the same time, I think that might be what gets her in a little bit of trouble. Her body shape just hasn't quite bloomed and caught up to the upsize that she has there in terms of her frame. Nonetheless, a good structured, fundamentally correct female that's sound and athletic in her look, and then she has a tremendous eye appeal here from the side profile as well. Heifer that's going to round things out just got into a tough class. I like the body shape and I like the moderation in her. She's just a little plainer than them 2 heifers ahead of her, a little rounder and more open in her shoulder, maybe a little more general in terms of the set to her hip and hind leg.
Well, as we wind down the day and get into our last division, and 2 really nice entries in this particular division, and the heifer up on the front end is one, again, that you like in terms of her body depth. And yeah, she's a little different color than we've seen all day long, but she's actually a full blood, and certainly have to appreciate her for that. Her length of spine, her squareness that she has down through her top, really a nice kind of a female. The one behind her, the black heifer, really a tremendous female and doing a really good job with this calf. You like a lot of things about this cow. This is certainly one that could have used some more competition because she's awfully good. Like her down through her top and back through her hip. She's got a nice udder about her. She's deep enough in terms of her body shape. She's nice enough in terms of the way she's made through her front end. And again, got a really nice calf at side, which gives her an advantage. You'll win this division. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Out here in our calf division in the maintainer show, we've got some really high quality females, you know, not to beat a dead horse to death, but quality's been outstanding amongst these two classes, and in particular these 4 heifers that stand out here. You know, when you get right down to it though, I think there's 2 heifers out here that are just peas in a pod. There's 2 really neat chested, big ribbed, high volume type females that balance extremely well in terms of their profile, and 2 of them that I think have a tremendous amount of future to them. With that being said, I'm going to use those 2 heifers out of that first class for champion and reserve in your division. Give them a big hand.
In your Class 43 results of your purebred Simmental females, in first place, entry number 219, WHF and a 368H, exhibited by Eli Monday of Speedwell, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 207, Brian Valentine of Roland, Oklahoma. Second call, Class 19 and 20, maintainer females. Second call, Class 19 and 20, maintainer females. Your Class 15 maintainer female results, in first place and also your Division I champion goes to entry number 15, KBSE Katarina 232K, exhibited by Carly Sesbo of Creston, Ohio. Your reserve champion Division I female in second place in Class 15 goes to entry number 13, MCCF Kaylee, exhibited by Aaron Cavanaugh of Memphis, Michigan. In third place, entry number 16, exhibited by Hannah French. In fourth place, entry number 17, exhibited by Chloe Koblenz. Your Class 16 maintainer female results, in first place, entry number 25, BDCC AGRF Cali 142K, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. In second place, entry number 40, KSCB Houdat Class 9193K, exhibited by Cora Koblenz of Thurmont, Maryland. In third place, entry number 23, Emily Caffey. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to recognize your contestants here in the final drive for your selection of your grand champion, purebred Simmental female, Circle M Farms and Rock and Peace Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky, Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Hadley Hendrickson of Hagerstown, Indiana, Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois, Sadie Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma, Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, and Eli Mundy of Speedwell, Tennessee. We'd also like to thank again our judges this afternoon, Donnie Robertson of Oklahoma and Associate Judge Mr. Barry Nowatzki. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for these tremendous Simmental exhibitors and our judges here this afternoon.
Just a great class of these maintainer heifer calves out here in this February class, and took a little time to get sorted through 'em. There's a lot of quality out here, but you know, after her escapade, this white flanked heifer really, I mean, she come back out here and just really knocks it out of the park in my mind. You know, she's awesome in terms of her body shape. She's so maternal in her look here from the side profile. And then the thing I like about her best is the way that she handles that hind leg on the move. And I think that's a big advantage that she has over that heifer there in second. Heifer in second is one that's presented immaculately today. I like her extra boldness. I like the power that she has there through her center rib. Maybe compared to that heifer that we're going to use to win the class, though, she wants to hawk in just a little bit from behind. And then up here through her front 1/3, she might have just a little more chest to her. But nonetheless, I love the power in that female. The heifer that comes out in third, I think that's one that has a tremendous future ahead of her. Today, she's the green one of these top four for sure. She needs a little more bloom and body, but when she gets her set up there from the side profile, there's no doubt that she's got the right parts and pieces to be really competitive on down the road. Extra stout and powerful heifer that comes out here in fourth. And, you know, once again, that's another one that makes things difficult to sort here because she's so powerful and she's so wide, yet, you know, she still balances right here from the side profile. Now, in my opinion, and the way that I like cattle, she might be just a little coarse for me, a little more open in her shoulder, maybe a little rounder in her bone work, and that's what got her down there in that fourth hole. Heifer that comes next is very maternal in her look. I love the body shape in her. She's just a little plainer than those up ahead of her. And then we work down through the class. We've got a little greener type red heifer here that needs more days. She just needs more time. She needs more bloom to go with her look and her femininity up there through her front end. And then this really stout heifer, I just wish she moved a little better here, specifically on them hind two.
Well, as we come to a conclusion in your Simmental show, I just want to say a few things, and I'm not big on talking, and I agree with Donnie earlier when he said today's about the Simmental breed and about the cattle that you breeders raise and bring out here to exhibit, and the Simmental enthusiasts that are here to watch the show today. This is your day. It's not about Donnie or Barry, or we're just out here to give you our opinions. So with that, you know, anytime you get a chance to come on the Green Shavings in Freedom Hall, it's an honor. And I'd like to thank Donnie, first of all, for asking me to come out here and help him through this today. And it's been a ball for me. Anytime you get to evaluate cattle with a dear friend, I think it's, you know, that's means a lot to me. So I appreciate it, Donnie. I appreciate the Simmental Association and Louisville for putting on this function. It's the best there is anywhere. So I'd like to thank you all for that. Thank all you breeders. I'm going to turn it over to Donnie and let him close this out.
Well, thank you, Barry, and I appreciate the kind comments and compliments, if you will. And again, we'll try not to make this extremely long, but obviously we've kind of waited to give some thank yous towards the end. And for me, certainly, I want to thank a lot of people, but to John Chisholm, to the North American staff, to everybody that makes this thing run as smoothly as it does year in and year out, my sincere appreciations to you. To the Kentucky Simmental Association, as well as the American Simmental Association, for asking me to do this. It's been quite an honor, and anytime you're asked to judge a show, it's quite an honor. And for this one here was kind of close to home for me. Growing up just about 60 miles straight east of here in Lexington, and you know, we didn't have much, and I'm not crying or anything, but this was the first show that I came to as a 17-year-old kid, and certainly I came here with Simmental cattle, if you can believe it. They were a lot different back in those days. If you liked them red and white and spotted up and maybe not really deep body, then those were the kind that you liked and you thought they were really good. And as you fast forward to now and you see the quality that you have out here in this particular lineup and that we've seen all day, I commend you as breeders and as an association for making these cattle better. It's pretty simple, I guess, with myself and you know, in terms of the kind of cattle that I like, and Barry and I see them similar, and we see them a lot alike. And I want to thank Barry for accepting this position to come out here with me. Barry's got a good eye, and he's a good cattleman. He makes his living in the business, as all of you do. And we travel, we see each other quite often at Angus sales throughout the country, and purchasing different kind of cattle in terms of more performance cattle than show cattle. But he's got a good eye for him, and he picks out the good ones, and so I appreciate him being out here with me, and I appreciate the friendship that we've developed over the last several years, and appreciate him taking the time out of his schedule to be here. Again, you know, the only thing, Barry and I really didn't talk before this show, but the one thing that I mentioned to him was I wanted this to be about you guys. You know, this show deal is so different anymore, and it's changed, and I'm not totally sure if I like the way it's headed, but you can't disqualify the cattle and how good they really are. But the one thing I wanted to make sure was that this isn't about us. You guys could have picked anybody besides myself to judge, and it's about you, the exhibitors. You're the ones that put in the work and spend the money. It doesn't. It's kind of costly to go up and down the road these days, and to stay in hotels, and to be here for a week at Louisville, and to go through all the stuff that you have to go through. And so, you know, from my standpoint, I appreciate you all more than you know. And this show is about you, the exhibitors and the breeders. And so, from that, I want to thank you very much. We all see cattle somewhat differently, and most of us. You know, most of it, at times, we can get a little barn blind, me included. But when you just ask somebody to come out and give you an honest opinion, to evaluate the cattle to the best of their ability, and that's what Barry and I have done today. That's what those of you in the ring that judge cattle do, and I admire that about you. With that said, again, a tremendous lineup of cattle. My congratulations to everyone. We're going to go pick you a couple of champions, and I wish you the best of luck. And if you would, those of you that are left, again, they don't get much out of this, a ribbon or a banner. Show them a little gratitude and appreciation with a nice round of applause, and we'll go pick you a couple champions.
And your grand champion purebred Simmental female out of your Division 5 goes to entry number 203, KC2 Miss Serena 74J, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma.
Over here in our maintainer ring, outstanding quality in these 3 January heifer calves. You know, it makes my job fun when they bring you this kind of quality. You know, there's little differences amongst these top two. I think you could go back and forth on. At the end of the day, I just love the femininity and the refinement and the smoothness of the young man's heifer that's going to win the class. And to go along with that, I think she's got just a little bolder turn to her lower rib right now, a little more genuine shape right there in her forerib. That heifer that comes in second, I think that she has better days ahead of her. Extremely athletic in terms of her feet and legs. I think that's her big advantage of the class is that heifer really does just get out and grab ground and go really well today. Now today, maybe compared to that one that wins, she doesn't balance up with as much of that overwhelming body shape, and she maybe wants to pull up just a little higher in her tail head there, but I still think there's a tremendous amount of future in that female. Heifer that rounds things out just lands in a tough class. I really admire the type that she represents. She's moderate, good in terms of her body shape, everything balances, but compared to those two more extreme females, she's a little crestier up there through her neck, a little deeper chested, maybe doesn't have quite the front end quality that we get in those other cattle. We get into this January and February division on these maintainer heifer calves. These two class winners are really, really good. Yeah, I'm very tickled with the way that they've come together back out here. And I think that they did so in their respective classes, just based on the foundation and the principles of maternalness in breeding cattle. And in my opinion, they look like they're going to have, you know, obviously a strong show career going forward. But like I've said all day, I like to try to pick these females that'll go out and make a living and earn you some revenue along the way. You know, that there's nitpicky differences amongst them. I haven't completely made up my mind yet. So I'm going to go take one more peek at these two, and I'll get you your champion and reserve selected.
And your reserve grand champion purebred Simmental female goes to entry number 104, J. Saul PCC Proud Mary 1532J, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. We'd also like to congratulate your premier exhibitor of your purebred Simmentals to Tim Schaefer Show Cattle. Your premier breeder also goes to JS Simmentals. Congratulations once again, purebred Simmental exhibitors.